Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. So, I was surfing the internet. I was doing my skill video. I was doing some other interesting things, and I know my camera's not working right now. I need to fix it. But we've got some rather interesting stuff going on in the world of Diablo 4. And one of those very interesting things is just the fact that we apparently have a skill calculator now. So somebody's taken all the various tidbits of information that have been floating around the internet in the form of, say like the screenshots and all the other various things that have come out for Diablo 4, and they've compiled them into a calculator. Now, granted, this is obviously using information that, what's the term, may or may not be entirely accurate, but it's what we have at the moment. We're piecing together things bit by bit. The person who made this even admitted that he himself did not make it into the beta, much like me. I also didn't make it into the beta for Diablo 4. So none of this information comes firsthand from the game. It's all collected and conglomerated and can possibly be incorrect, but it comes from screenshots and things like that they have themselves, posted. Like if you guys haven't been paying attention, there's tons of stuff that's been floating around the internet that Blizzard themselves has put out. Like for instance, like there's this screenshot right here, which shows part of the skill tree, and if you were to like conglomerate together all of these screenshots, you go, okay, well, there's something right there. There's that skill. I could see how that part of the tree works. There's this skill with the description of this skill. By the time you're done, like going over all the screenshots and compiling all the information, eventually you're going to be able to put together something like this. And I thought it would be fun to go over this. The link to this skill build calculator is down in the description, by the way, if you guys want to check it out. There are options, of course, down here at the bottom. You can see them. It has, we have the Barbarian, the Druid, the Necromancer, the Rogue, the Sorcerer, and the, we also have like the Codex of Power and whatnot, and you can also search through here. The Necromancer has the Book of the Dead, which I've already covered the Book of the Dead, by the way. But there is a little bit more information here on the Book of the Dead that I didn't quite have at the time. Like, for instance, I had everything. I had the Defenders, I had the Cold Mage information, I had the Bone Mage information, I had the Bone Golem, the Blood Golem, and the Iron Golem. I had all that information in my video, but what I didn't have was the Skeletal Skirmishers, the Reapers, and the Shadow Mages. So that information is here. You can also go to, like, for instance, the Druid, and the Druid has his little, like, spirit boon thing going on over here. And obviously this isn't going to give you a ridiculously good idea of what's going on. So, like, at the end of the day, you can't see the abilities. You don't know what they do. You don't know how much damage they dish out. Like, you don't know what spread pattern they have. Or how they fire, or whether they come from you, or they come up under the monster, or what's going on. So, at the end of the day, this isn't going to give us like the full picture, but at least we're going to be able to kind of see how things work. And I figure what we'll do is we'll go over some of these and we'll have some fun with it. There's also the Codex of Power in here. So the Codex of Power, if you guys haven't played around with that, I had a video on that as well. We had quite a large bit of the Codex of Power got leaked by Blizzard themselves. And a lot of these abilities were just kind of like things that you could potentially utilize on your characters. And I figure what we'll do is we'll just kind of go over this build tree calculator today, and we'll talk at some stuff about some stuff. This thing has been up apparently. I was looking it up because I had only just now found it. But apparently it had been up since December 14th, so it's been up for an entire month. I mean, I'm late to the party, basically. I guess is what I'm saying. So first off, I guess let's just go over some of the more interesting stuff. We'll start with the Barbarian, because that was the one that had the most information on, well, all the information that they had put out. Hold on, I gotta yell at my dog. He's messing with the chinchillas. He always goes over there and tries to mess with the chinchillas, and then I yell at him, and he comes back over here, and he looks so sad. And I'm like, you're too big. You can't play with them. You're gonna get. It's don't do that. That's not good. I don't know why. I don't know why you think that's okay. But he doesn't listen. He doesn't listen. All right, so as you can see, you can clearly see how the structure of the tree works, and I feel like that's the first thing that we can talk about here. So, like, I went over the skill tree earlier in a skill tree explained video, so I kind of did like the full Monty. But as you can see, there's a path that goes through the tree. So we have obviously this pathway that runs through the tree. And so if you want any of the skills in this particular part of the pathway, you have to reach this particular part of the pathway, which makes the basic skills, like the ones up here at the top, these, it gets all blurry for some reason, but these at the top are your basic skills that like everybody's going to have access to. And then like down here, you know, like toward the end, you know, depending on how many points you've put in and what you're focusing on, you might not reach this, you know, depending on how many other skills you've decided to get. I'm assuming everybody's probably going to want to get their mastery though. So masteries are apparently like the end tree doojanks, and you can only choose one of them. Let's see here. So right here at the beginning we have Bash, good old Bash. Of course Bash is at the beginning. As you can see, Bash is a physical damage attack. It generates 10 Fury, so it's a generation ability. Lucky hit chance 50%. I got no clue what that is. Bash the enemy with your weapon, dealing 31% damage. After bashing enemies 4 times, your next bash will stun for 1.25 seconds. This increases to 2 seconds if using a two-handed weapon. We also have enhanced bash. So basically how it works is you have an ability, and you can put 5 ranks into that ability, and that is essentially what you can beef up as far as the ability is concerned. And then there's passives for the ability. So like this one in particular is damaging a stunned enemy with bash grants you 5% base life. As fortify, double this amount when using a two-handed weapon. And then you have a choice between 2. And this one is Battle Bash, damaging a stunned enemy with bash generates an additional 3 Fury or 4 Fury if using a two-handed weapon. So it looks like they've got some interesting mechanics going on here with one-handed versus two-handed, right? Combat Bash, after critically striking 4 times with bash using a two-handed weapon, your next core or weapon mastery skill will overpower. And this is basically the difference between like what you choose. So you know you can cap this thing out at 5. You can grab one of these. You can grab this one, and then you can grab either or, but not both. So if you want one, you can't get the other, which is interesting. What's up, Mugen? We also have Flay, generate Fury 9, lucky hit chance 50%, flay the enemy dealing 5% damage, inflicts 38% bleeding damage over 5 seconds. When Flay deals direct damage to an enemy, take times 10% increased bleeding damage for the next 3 seconds. And then we have a choice between 10% chance to make the enemy vulnerable for 2 seconds, double this chance when using a two-handed weapon. Combat Flay. When Flay deals direct damage, you gain 1% damage reduction and 4 thorns for 3 seconds. This stacks up to 5 times. So you can have a total of 5% DR. That's interesting. What's up, Christopher? I mean, they're trying to shoot for Diablo 2 complexity, Brady, which I think many people would agree that Diablo 2's skill system is superior to Diablo 3's skill system. I absolutely adore Diablo 2's, and they have specifically said that what they're trying to do is they're trying to take the best parts of the Diablo 2 skill system and bring it into Diablo 4. This is just all the information that has been able to been gathered so far, Mugen. This is just like it's taken from screenshots and things like this. I mean, as you can clearly see, you can see the skill tree. So like it wouldn't take a genius, just a little bit of time and some effort and a little bit of elbow grease to convert this into a working skill tree that you can manipulate, and that's what somebody did. The link to it is in the description if you want to check it out yourself. And there's tons of these screenshots going around. I mean, I was doing the same thing. I was harvesting the icons. I was harvesting the, like the actual wording. I was just simply like cutting and pasting things. Like for instance, let me see if I can pull up one of my like edits, because I had grabbed a bunch of stuff. Like here's my stuff from the Book of the Dead, for instance. Like, so I was actually pulling this from the Book of the Dead, and as you can clearly see, I have the actual skill. So you can read the skill and you can see what it does, and that's cool, because this is the kind of stuff that you can do if you have like an infinite amount of patience. I don't know if there's anything in here that technically shouldn't be in here, but it's perfectly possible to pull all this stuff from the images and the screenshots and then compile it into a skill tree that you can play around with. What's up, Kyle? All right, so next we have Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike physical generates 9 fury. So it looks like everything in this first part of the tree is a skill resource generator ability. So it looks like you're probably gonna have to pick, like if you're gonna play a barbarian, you're gonna have to pick one resource generating ability, maybe two. You could probably get all 4 of them if you wanted to, but it definitely seems like their intention here is for you to pick one of these abilities at the very least. So Lightning Strike physical, lunge forward and strike an enemy for 31% damage. So lunge forward, it's a movement ability. So this one may be something that a lot of barbarians will probably be using. So you've got the ability to lunge. It's a gap closer, right? So this one probably could be useful in PvP too if it's a gap closer, because anything that's going to close the gap for you is going to be useful in situations like that. Enhanced Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike deals more damage. These times 30% numbers. I don't even know. Yeah. Lightning Strike deals more damage and heals you for 2% of your maximum life when it damages a healthy enemy. What does healthy enemy mean? So it has to hit a monster that is like not dying horribly, like above 75% health or something. I'll have to get some clarification on that eventually. Critical Strike with Lunging Strike grants you Berserking for 1.5 seconds. I don't know what Berserking is. That sounds like some sort of damage modifier, like mental state or something. Battle Lunging Strike. Lunging Strike also inflicts 21% bleed damage over 5 seconds. Bleeds are nice for PvP. Guarantee you that if this does get used for PvP, they're going to go boop, boop, and then boop, and they're going to get the bleed. You know why? Because bleeds are amazing in PvP. Anytime anybody wants to run away from you in PvP and they're bleeding, guess what? They're bleeding. Like, they're still going to die. And if you can stack an immensely large number of bleeds on a player that's trying to run away from you, then they're still just slowly dying, and that's great. That's what you want. You want them to slowly die. Then we've got Frenzy over here. So Frenzy is a generator too. Frenzy. Unleash a rapid fury of blows, dealing 21% damage with each pair of hits. If Frenzy hits an enemy, its attack speed is increased by 20% for 3 seconds, up to a total of 60%. Sounds like it functions very much the same way that it does in Diablo 2. While Frenzy is granting a 60% bonus attack speed, it also generates 1 additional fury. So it just basically gives you more fury if you're at your maximum stacks. Then we also have, while berserking, your other skills gain 5% attack speed for each stack of Frenzy you have. So it looks like there's going to be a form of sharing attack speed between Frenzy and the others. Then we also have Combat Frenzy. You gain times 8% damage reduction for each stack of Frenzy you currently have. So this is, that's interesting because that basically makes you tankier, right? So the more stacks of Frenzy you have, the tankier you are. And then we also get the damage reduction here as well. The, what is it? Where did I see that? Oh, that was... I feel like I'm losing my mind. I could have sworn I saw it said that there was like a 1% damage reduction per stack. And now I don't see it because I'm stupid. Was I looking at one of the other skills when I saw that? Is that what it was? Frenzy hits an enemy attack speed is increased by 20% for 3 seconds, up to 60%. While Frenzy, 60% bonus attack speed also generates 1 Frenzy. While Berserking, skills gain 5% increased attack speed for each Frenzy strike. Alright, so next is the Core 2. So this is the basic, and now we're at the Core. So this is the first jump that you get to from your basic skills, right? And then we're looking at Rend. So Rend is a Fury cost ability. So where these are generators, Rend is a Fury cost. So we have cleave enemies in front of you, dealing 13% damage and inflicting 101% bleed damage over 5 seconds. So it's a bleeding ability. Dealing direct damage with Rend extends the duration of a vulnerable on enemies by 2 seconds. Violent Rend deals increased bleeding damage to enemies that are already bleeding. Always nice for extra bleeds. Furious Rend, direct damage with Rend grants 4 Fury per enemy hit, up to a maximum of 20 Fury. So you can have a way of generating some Fury with your Rend ability, it looks like, if you wanted to go that route. But you can't obviously get both of them. So you either have some really nice damage bleeds, or you have the ability to build some Fury while you're making them bleed, which I'm not sure which one would be better, honestly. I mean, this one kind of seems like you'd be able to keep your bleeds up almost indefinitely, and this one seems like, you know, their bleeds are going to hurt a lot more. On the other side, we have Hammer of the Ancients Physical. Fury cost 35. Slam your hammer down with the Fury of the Ancients, dealing 59% damage to a concentrated area. So it sounds like it's a small AoE. Not a big AoE, but a small AoE, because it says a concentrated area. So you're probably talking about, like, I don't know, if we're talking about Diablo 2, let's use Diablo 2 logic. We're probably talking about like a 3.3 yard radius, like AoE ability. Like probably 3.3 or maybe even 2.3. So it'll hit everything within that radius, but not anything outside of that radius. Gain 3% more Fury for 5 seconds for each enemy damaged by Hammer of the Ancients, stacking up to 10 times. So if you can get them all nice and clustered up and you can hit 10 enemies, you get some Fury back. So that's nice. Hammer of the Ancients deals 1% additional damage for each point of Fury you had when using it. So this is pretty common. I saw this a lot in Diablo 3. They did a lot of this stuff where, like, if your bar was full, like, you would get more damage. So the more Fury resource that you have in general, the more damage you put out, and then that encourages you to end up utilizing, you know, things that are going to generate more Fury, obviously, so that you're constantly full. We also have, after overpowering with Hammer of the Ancients, you deal 30% more damage for 2.5 seconds, so a small buff to your damage output for 2.5 seconds. These are passive. Where's the passives at? We don't have any passives. I guess that's a passive right there. Pressure point. Your core skills have up to a 10% chance to make enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds. We also have Endless Fury. Basic skills generate 5% more Fury when using two-handed weapons. So there definitely is a lot of buffs, specifically if you want to be a two-handed barbarian user. So I'm assuming that there's going to be a lot of things that go back and forth between either A, if you're dual wielding, or B, if you're using two-handed big monster weapons. And I kind of like that because two-handed weapons did kind of get the shaft in Diablo 2, so it's nice that there's like some, you know, some little things that can help out. I forgot to put up a poll. What should I do for my poll? Heh. There's a link in the description, Brian, if you want to check it out. In the description of the video. In the video. Is this the real game or an idea of it? This is just harvested information from all over the internet. That's all this is. This is not inside the game, no. This is just a website. So we got Whirlwind. Whirlwind is physical, and I feel like I should also preface this because I think I already said this already. But number one, this information could be subject to change. All information within a beta or an alpha or anything else is subject to change, and especially when you have stuff like this, right? So this is something that Blizzard put out. It's a screenshot that they released, right? But it could change in one of the patches. And there's a disclaimer on all this stuff. It's like, you know, they're always going to say this. They're always going to say, you know, hey, this stuff is subject to change. You know, upon release, this might be different. You know, blah, 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 blah. So, you know, don't think that this is exactly how it's going to be when it launches, because in any beta, things change as the game goes forward. They may adjust the damage outputs. They may adjust the way a skill works. They may adjust, you know, the specific effects of those abilities. And I'm assuming also that as new information comes out and as, you know, they update things, so too will the calculator be updated. So, Whirlwind Physical. So Whirlwind is obviously one of the more popular abilities from Diablo 2. And this one has rapidly attacks enemies for 12% damage. Seems pretty low. We also have gain 1 Fury each time Whirlwind deals direct damage to an enemy, or 3 Fury against elite enemies. Costs 20 Fury per second. That seems pretty expensive. Violent Whirlwind. After using Whirlwind for 2 seconds, Whirlwind deals times 30% increased damage until it's canceled. So the longer that you Whirlwind, the more damage it does, but it costs 20 per second. So you're going to need some pretty nice Fury regeneration if you're going to try and burn Whirlwind. So you're going to burn away all of your Fury so that you can get a damage bonus. Furious Whirlwind. While using a slashing weapon, Whirlwind also inflicts 26% bleeding damage over 5 seconds. That's pretty nice. Bleeding damage is always fun. And on this side, we have Upheaval Physical. Fury cost 40. Tear into the ground with your weapon and fling debris to forward, dealing 73% damage. Sounds like this is a frontal cone AoE. Frontal cone AoEs are things that usually, you know, it's like this, right? So it's going to be outward in a cone from you, you being the small part of the cone. It seems like it's kind of a hefty cost there at 40. I mean, Hammer of the Ancients is 35. Rend is 35. Whirlwind is only 20 per second. Double Swing is 25. So yeah, this is a little bit of a hefty cost on this one. Upheaval has a 20% chance to stun all enemies it damages for 2.5 seconds. So that's pretty nice. Violent Upheaval. If Upheaval deals damage to 2 or more enemies, you gain a berserking for 2 seconds, or 3 seconds if it deals damage to 4 or more enemies. So they're focusing on the AoE aspect of the ability. So if it's hitting more and more monsters, you're getting more and more benefits. That's what they're trying to give you. So, you know, you want to try and hit 4 monsters with it so you can get the berserking effect for 3 seconds. Furious Upheaval, dealing direct damage to an enemy with a skill that is not Upheaval, causes your next cast of Upheaval to deal increased damage, stacking up to 10 times. So it looks like you can do a little bit of a rotation here. And once you have it up to 10 times, that's what, an 80% bonus increase in damage. And seems like it would be a nice little extra, a little buff. I'm not really sure which one is better because I don't know not enough about the berserking, like, you know, whatever the hell the berserking is. Then we have double strike over here, double strike, or sorry, double swing. I've actually recently made a double swing barbarian. Sweep your weapons from opposite directions, dealing 38% damage with each weapon. Enemies caught in the center are damaged by both. So it sounds like it has a double cone, and the double cone overlaps in the center is what it sounds like to me. So if you guys have never seen a double cone before, usually double cones are pretty wide, but then they also have an overlapping field in the center, just the same way that your eyesight overlaps. You know, there's things that only your right eye can see, and there's things that only your left eye can see, but in the center, both eyes can see. So, like, if anything is caught in the center where both eyes can see it, they're both going to get hit by both weapons. But if they're on the right or on the left, they're only going to get hit by one weapon, according to what it's saying, which seems kind of cool. You know, if you have a lot of monsters like in the center or close to the center, you're probably going to hit them with both weapons most of the time. Enhanced double swing. If double swing damages a stunned or knocked down enemy, gain 25 fury. So this is a way that you could build this so that you could generate fury with double swing. You would utilize skills that have stun effects. So right off the bat, something that comes to my mind is the fact that Upheaval has a 2.5 stun duration on it, right? And also we have this whole thing where if you go back and forth between an ability that's not Upheaval and an ability that is Upheaval, you can get this stacking damage, right? So what you would do is you would stun with Upheaval, tag double swing, which has a buff for monsters that are stunned, and then you would literally just continue this back and forth. So you would generate the fury here, stun them here. Generate the fury here, stun them here. And in the process, you would gain stacking increases in damage by building these two together. Seems like a pretty good combo to me already. Just looking at it off the top of my head, I don't even know what the abilities do. And Lord, the dog farted, and it's so bad, my eyes are watering. I don't even understand how he literally farts, and it's like toxic waste gas. Like, it's coming off of like a swamp or something. I don't even know. I'm fighting for my life over here. So we also have casting double swing while berserking. It grants 2 additional seconds of berserking. So that's another way that you could combine these two together, is that we have this whole berserking thing over here, right? So you could potentially get berserk with the Upheaval ability, generate more berserk with the double swing ability, and through the process of using double swing and a violent upheaval together, they definitely seem like they have some synergistic things going on here, is that you could maintain a like 100% berserk stance by utilizing these two abilities over and over and over again. And then we also have violent double swing. Hitting an enemy with both hits of double swing makes them vulnerable for 1 second. And then we move on to the next part of the tree. So we're going from the core to the defensive. So this is the defensive part of the tree. And we've got abilities like Ground Stomp. Smash the ground, dealing 10% damage and stunning surrounding enemies for 3 seconds. Enhanced Ground Stomp. Increase Ground Stomp's duration by 1 second. Reduce the cooldown of your ultimate skill by 1 second for each enemy damaged by Ground Stomp. And then Tactical Ground Stomp. Ground Stomp generates 25 fury. So it definitely does seem kind of like a defensive ability. It's a stun. Doesn't really seem to do very much damage. I mean, judging from the 10% damage, and then you look at other abilities like this that say 73% damage, or 38% damage, or, you know, like 12, 13, etc. Like, you look at that and it's 10%. It's one of the lowest ones we've seen so far. So I'm going to assume it probably doesn't do very much damage output. Challenging Shout. Taunt nearby enemies and gain a 40% damage reduction for 8 seconds. So this is a way that you can make yourself a little tankier. While Challenging Shout is active, gain a 20% bonus to your maximum life. That's actually pretty sexy. Strategic Challenging Shout. While Challenging Shout is active, gain thorns equal to 50% of your maximum life. While Challenging Shout is active, gain 3 fury each time you take damage. So that's kind of like a thorns build sort of a thing going on there. Like in both directions. So like in this direction, you're gaining thorns equal to your maximum life, and then in this direction, you're gaining fury each time you get hit. So like you could potentially utilize this to make like a tanky build that is relying on the fact that you're getting beat up. And either way you go, whether you're trying to reflect damage with thorns or whether you're trying to build fury, you're relying on the fact that you're tanky and you take the brunt of the damage. And then by taking the damage, you're getting resources back or dishing out damage in return. So that's interesting. We have a passive over here. This is Outburst. Gain 2 thorns. Also gain 2 thorns for each 2 bonus maximum life you have. I'm not quite sure what that means. Tough as Nails increases your thorns by 20%. So this is definitely for a thorns build. So like if I were to do this and just like pump some points in here, I would be able to like try and make a thorns barbarian, whatever the hell that's going to be. There's really no reason to go through here at all unless you're going to build a thorns barbarian. So these are like strictly thorns barbarian passives. We also have bonus additional life, imposing presence. So that's kind of cool. 5% life per point. You put 3 points in there for a total of 15%. And then we have martial vigor. Damage reduction against elites is increased by 4%. And you can put 3 points in that one. So that's 12, right? So we've got not bad like little passives here. I mean, maximum life is always nice. And damage reduction against elites is always nice. I'm assuming that works against bosses too. Then we also have Iron Skin, callback to Diablo 2. Steel yourself against gaining a barrier that absorbs 50% of your missing life for 5 seconds. That's an interesting mechanic. 50% of your missing life. So if you use it when you're not hurt, it's not going to give you very much. If you use it when you are hurt, so like if you're almost dead, if you're like missing 90% of your life, you would get a pretty beefy barrier, right? But if you utilize it when you're like only missing 10% of your life, you get basically nothing. So this is more of like a strategic use ability to save your life. If you use it too late, you're dead. If you use it too early, it's useless. So it's going to have require some more specific timing. It does have some buffs. Iron Skin absorbs 10% more missing life. Iron Skin also grants a 9% base life as Fortify, double this amount if cast while below 50% life. So again, encouraging to use it when you are on the low end of the spectrum, not the high end of the spectrum. Tactical Iron Skin. While Iron Skin is active, restore a life equal to 10% of the barrier's original amount per second. So it heals you. 10% of the barrier's original amount per second. So again, also rewarding you for using it late as opposed to early. Then we have Rallying Cry. What are we playing, Lord of the Rings Online? My captain would always use Rallying Cry. It was a heal. Bellow, or Rallying Cry. Bellow. Rallying Cry. Granting allies 30% increased movement speed and 50% increased resource regeneration for 6 seconds. Rallying Cry grants Unstoppable while active. Rallying Cry grants 10% base life as Fortify. While Rallying Cry is active, you gain an additional 2% base life as Fortify each time you take or deal direct damage. Rallying Cry grants 25 Fury. You gain 50% increased resource regeneration from Rallying Cry. So this is like strictly a buff, all right? And it's also a group buff at that. And yeah, it's kind of interesting. Next on the list we have Brawling. So we're moving down the tree here. We've got basic, core, defensive, and then this leads us to the brawling part of the tree. And it's interesting. All right, so first off, we have Warcry. Warcry is obviously one of the ones from Diablo 2. Cooldown 25 seconds. Bellow a mighty Warcry. You and nearby allies deal increased damage for 8 seconds. Warcry grants you Berserking for 3 seconds, so it's a way that you can activate the Berserking effect. We've seen the Berserking effect listed multiple times throughout the tree, so I mean, it's really not that big of a deal. Like, it seems like there are multiple ways to get access to the Berserking mechanic. We also have Warcry 28% base life as Fortify, or if at least 4 enemies are nearby when Warcry is cast, a damage bonus. The damage bonus is increased by 15%. And we've got Kick, just straight up kicking people. Charges, kick charges too. No, I don't know what that is. Charge cooldown 17 seconds. So I'm assuming that means you can spam it, but you can only spam it twice, and then you have to wait 17 seconds for a charge to refresh. And I'm assuming that's ×2 for the total. So if you wanted to beef up, like for instance, if you wanted both of your charges back, it's going to take some time. Apparently, it throws a powerful kick, dealing 19% damage and knocks back enemies in front of you. Enemies who are knocked back into the terrain will take additional 57% damage and are stunned for 3 seconds. So if you kick a monster into a wall or like a pillar or I don't know, maybe a barrel or something, it looks like if they actually hit something when you knock them back, they take additional damage. So that's kind of interesting. Enhanced kick. Kick makes enemies it damages vulnerable for 4 seconds. Then we have mighty kick. Kicked enemies deal 54% damage to enemies they collide with while being knocked back. Enemies damaged this way are knocked down for 2 seconds. So this one is like if you're dealing with a really large group of enemies, you can kick the enemies into other enemies. Sounds kind of fun. And then power kick. If kick damages an enemy, it consumes all of your fury and deals an additional 21% damage per 10 fury spent. Kick no longer knocks back enemies. So this one turns kick into a damage ability and also consumes all your fury in the process, which is interesting. Then we have a passive run speed movement bonus of 4%. 4% times 3, so 12% total. Quick Impulses reduces the duration of control impairing effects by 6%. That's definitely something that you'll see useful in PvP zones. You definitely want whatever stuns or doesn't matter what it is, anything that is considered a control impairing effect. You definitely want it to be as low as possible. Booming Voice. Shout skill durations are increased by 10%. Guttural Yell. Your shouts skills cause enemies to deal 8% less damage for 5 seconds. Raid Leader. Your shouts also heal allies for 1% of their maximum life per second. That's actually kind of nice. That's a heal. That's just a freaking heal. Like straight up for all your allies nearby. So every time you use one of these shouts, they're getting a little heal on it. What's up, Chad? How's it going, man? I'm doing pretty good. How about you? Just having fun looking at this tree. Takes a little while to go through all these skills. And we've got several classes to go through, so this is going to be a little while. Charge, physical. Become unstoppable and rush forward, pushing enemies with you, then swinging them for 26% damage and knocking them back. Sounds like a crazy, kind of reminds me of the Diablo 3 skill the Paladin had, where he would turn into a horse and he would ride around and then he would like hook everyone onto the horse. It's Barbarian. It says it right at the top, Chad. He would hook everyone onto the horse with a chain and then he would drag them around. Kind of sounds like that. Enhanced charge. Enemies who are knocked back into terrain by charge take 16% damage and are stunned for 3 seconds. Mighty charge. Enemies damaging enemies with charge makes them vulnerable for 2 seconds. And then finally, reduce charges cooldown by 3 seconds if it knocks an enemy back into terrain. So they've definitely got some interesting like terrain stuff going on here. Like if you hit a monster and you knock them back and they hit a wall or something like that, they're going to take additional damage for hitting the wall. So in like some tight zones, like if we do end up playing in some areas that have like, you know, small corridors and you're fighting in these small corridors, some of these knockback into terrain effects probably could be pretty powerful. But then again, if you're fighting out in the open, like, you know, on a field and there's no terrain anywhere to knock a monster into, then all this stuff is probably going to be useless. So, like, it's going to come down to situational stuff. No, I haven't played the game yet, Chad, at all. Aggressive resistance, gain 4% damage reduction while berserking. So there you go, there's some more berserking buffs. So that's what, 4, 8, 12. So that's a 12% increase in damage reduction for beefing up this passive. Battle Frenzy, when a brawling skill damages at least one enemy, gain berserking for 1 second. Prolific Fury, while berserking, Fury generation is increased by 6%. So some interesting pathways that you can go down there. You can increase your Fury generation while berserking, or you could potentially gain more berserking. I mean, it looks like if you pop 3 points into this, every single time you damage an enemy with any of the abilities on the brawling tree, 3 points would give you three berserk seconds per attack. So you would just be stacking up berserkings. You know, like you could kick somebody twice here, and that's 12 seconds, and then you could do like a war cry or a charge, and you'd get another 3 and then 6 and whatnot, and before you know it, you'd probably have some pretty decent stacks of berserk. I'm not really sure how high berserk can stack for, but never really been a big one for sports 7S. I'm pretty much a gaming guy. Like that's my whole life is gaming. I would much rather sit there and play a game than watch like a football game. Leap cooldown 17 seconds. That's a pretty long cooldown. I guess they're not gonna let us spam leap like we did in Diablo 2. Leap forward and then slam down, dealing 34% damage and knocking back surrounding enemies on impact. So it seems like this is more like leap attack. So leap attack from Diablo 2 has a ground slam now, and it actually does damage around you when you hit the ground. So it seems similar. It's got a little AoE effect that comes out around it. Enhanced leap. If leap doesn't damage any enemies, its cooldown is reduced by 4 seconds. So that's pretty cool. So if you are using it as a movement ability, you can reduce the cooldown a little bit. Mighty leap. Enemies damaged by leap are slowed by 50% for 5 seconds. That seems pretty useful. Leap into a group of monsters, slow them down for 50%, start wailing away. Right? Power leap. If leap damages at least one enemy, you gain 40 fury. The way that they have leap set up, it almost seems like dynamic entry. You guys know what dynamic entry is? from Naruto. Seems like they're utilizing it as a dynamic entry skill. So like you leap into the group of monsters, it gets your way in, and then like even when you're in there, like it slows them down, and so like it seems like leap would be a really effective dynamic entry skill for a barbarian, pretty much no matter what. Might be a good like 1 point wonder. All right, so we're moving on from the brawling tree to the weapon mastery tree. We have Death Blow, physical. It has charges, which it doesn't have a number. Charge cooldown, which we don't have the seconds. And then it says cooldown 15 seconds. Lucky hit chance 50%. I have no idea what lucky hit chance is. Attempt a killing strike, dealing 126% damage to enemies in front of you. So it's an AoE damage effect that hits everything in front of you. Seems to do a lot of damage and also seems to be restricted in terms of how many times you can utilize it. If this kills an enemy, the cooldown is reset. If this kills an enemy, a charge is refunded. So basically, with this, you want to get kills. And if you get kills, you can spam it. But if you don't get kills, you're going to run out of charges really fast, and it's not going to be as useful. So it seems more like a strategic use ability at the correct timing. Death Blow deals 100% increased damage to bosses. Fighters Death Blow. If Death Blow damages at least one enemy, gain 20 Fury. Warrior's Death Blow. If Death Blow damages at least one enemy, gain the Berserking state for 3 seconds. And then these are passives, I believe, but they're also one direction passives. So I've seen these before. This is where you have to choose between one side or the other. So we have Pit Fighter, which is you deal 3% increased damage to close enemies and gain 2% distant damage reduction. So anything that's ranged is going to deal 2% less, and anything that is up close to you, you're going to deal 3% more. So it's basically just like you're a close range fighter. That's what you are. And if you're not in close range, you're not going to get your damage bonus. It stacks up to 3 times, of course, so you can get 3, 6, 9, so 9%, or 2, 4, 8, or 2, 4, 6, so 6% damage reduction versus ranged monsters. Then you have a choice. You have to choose between these two. We have No Mercy, dealing 5% increased damage against immobilized, stunned, or slowed enemies. That's always fun, especially if you combine that together with things like Mighty Leap, which slows enemies by 50% for 5 seconds. So you combine that together with that, and you get a 15% damage increase versus those monsters that are 50% slowed for 5 seconds. So it ends up being a 15% damage bonus for 5 seconds whenever you use Mighty Leap, which is pretty cool. On the other side is 8% increased damage against injured enemies. I'm not sure what that modifier is. And then we have Expose Vulnerability. Dealing direct damage with a weapon mastery skill causes your next core skill to make enemies vulnerable for 1.5 seconds. Now that can be gotten no matter which side you go to, by the way. So you have to choose one or the other here, but you can always get this one. Did I ever play Warhammer Online? A couple times, I want to say. I don't think I played the PvP on it, though. You can't decide if you want to start as a barbarian, a druid, or a necro. I don't know. All right, Rupture. Cooldown 15 seconds. Charges and charge cooldown seconds, which neither one is listed. Skewer enemies in front of you, dealing 14% damage, then rip your weapon out, damaging enemies for their total bleeding amount and removing all bleeding damage from them. So this is one of those abilities that seems to take advantage of the bleeds and allows you to apply that bleed damage instantaneously. So, earlier on we were looking at things like Flay, and we had a bunch of different abilities that caused bleeds. And what would you do? What you would do is you would stack all of these bleed attacks on the target as quickly as you possibly could. And then you would utilize something like Rupture to force all those bleeds to instantaneously apply their full damage to the monster. And it's interesting because being able to force a monster to take all of the bleed damage instantaneously can be pretty devastating. And then you could, of course, reapply those bleeds in your next rotation. We also have, if an enemy dies while being skewered by rupture, then reset its cooldown. Enemies who survive take 20% increased bleeding damage for the next 8 seconds. Killing enemies with rupture increases your attack speed by 20% for 4 seconds. Enemies killed by rupture heal you for 15% of your maximum life. So it looks like you can go kind of either way on this. You can use it as a heal, or you can use it as a increase in your damage and your output. Then we also have some passives here. We've got Hamstring. Your bleeding effects slows enemies by 10%. That's totally PvP. Like, it doesn't get more PvP than that. Not only are bleeds generally PvP, but having a bleed apply a slow. So as long as the monster, or as long as the player is bled, they are slowed down, which means they can't run away as easily. That is straight up PvP there. And obviously it's 10%, but it can be stacked 3 times. So you're looking at a total of 30% slow just for having a bleed on your target. Cut to the bone. Your bleeding effects deal 6% increased damage to vulnerable enemies. So again, another way that you can stack up your bleed damage. Steel Grasp Physical. Charge cooldown 11 seconds. Throw out a trio of chains that deal 24% damage and pull enemies in. So it's a suck in ability. There are a lot of that in video games these days. There's attacks that literally will take the monsters and pull them in, and this would definitely be useful with something like earlier when we were looking at double swing. How double swing requires you to hit the monsters within that cone, like the double cones, and you want to make sure you're getting everything within that cone. Or Upheaval, which has the whole thing where if you hit more than 4 monsters, you get the berserking effect. So this is the kind of ability that you would combine together with abilities that require you to hit multiple monsters, because you're going to be able to pull them in and then strike them all with one ability. And utilizing Steel Grasp for this is going to ensure that you can hit all of them at the same time, as opposed to them being spread out and your AoE damage doing generally nothing. So if you're going to go with an AoE damage build, Steel Grasp seems like a no-brainer. Enhanced Steel Grasp. Steel Grasp also makes enemies vulnerable for 2.5 seconds. Fighter's Steel Grasp. If Steel Grasp damages an enemy, gain berserking for 2 seconds. Steel Grasp gains an additional charge. So this is like a way that you would go if you were going to utilize it with other abilities, because you would want to be able to spam it as much as possible. Because every time that you can group the monsters up and then obliterate them is another time that you can utilize your AoE abilities. So we have some interesting things going on here. We've got an ability that is literally going to enable you to properly dish out damage in an AoE fashion. We've got some very nice bleed passives and a very nice bleed attack, and then we also have this this very interesting ability, which is seems to be set up specifically for just massive amounts of damage. And then down here we have Thick Skin, which is a passive. Each time you take direct damage, gain 0.4% base life as Fortify. I'm guessing Fortify is like a bubble. Well, Fortified for over 50% of your maximum life, deal 5% increased damage. Defensive Posture. Increase the damage reduction gained while you are fortified by an additional 3%. Counter-offensive. While fortified for over 50% of your maximum life, you deal 5% increased damage. So this one gives you a damage bonus if you have like a huge amount of Fortify running. So this is like a way that you could potentially make a Fortify build, like utilizing every ability that has Fortify effects so that you're much tankier. And as we talked about earlier with some of the abilities like Warcry or Challenging Shout that like allow you to generate fury when you get hit, having like a huge bubble around you at any given time could definitely be very useful to keep you alive. And as long as you have that bubble up, you could be, just like not worried about things beating you up, and in the process, generating more and more, resources in the process. So, and then of course our weapon mastery tree leads down to our ultimates. So the ultimates are the ones that are on really long cooldowns. and you need to spend 23 points to get here. So this is Call of the Ancients, physical. Call up to 3 Ancients to aid you in battle for up to 6 seconds. Corlic leaps at enemies, dealing 80% damage, and swings his weapons in a frenzy, dealing 30% damage per hit. Talic spins in a whirlwind, rapidly attacking enemies for 50% damage, and Maddock upheaves the ground, dealing 150% damage. So we literally have the Ancients from Diablo 2. This is literally Talic, Corlic, and Maddock. Those are their names. And they're doing the same thing, except for Maddock doesn't have his double throw ability, but Corlic is leaping and Talic is whirlwinding, which is exactly the same that happened in frickin' Diablo 2. So you're basically just calling the Ancients from the ancient thing down to help you. Then we have some buffs for them. So we have Prime Call of the Ancients. While Call of the Ancients is active, a 10% bonus attack speed and damage bonus is given. Supreme Call of the Ancients. Each of the Ancients gains additional power. Corlic, you gain 10 Fury each time Corlic damages an enemy with Frenzy. Talic, enemies are slowed by 50% for 1 second when damaged by his whirlwind. And Maddock has a 30% chance to stun enemies for 3 seconds while using his upheaval. We have a passive here. Attack speed is increased by 3% while using one-handed weapons. So there's your one-handed passive. Probably something that you would get if you end up doing one-handed weapons over two-handeds. We've got Wallop. Your skills using bludgeoning weapons deal 5% increased damage if the enemy is stunned or vulnerable. Concussion. Skills using bludgeoning weapons have a 10% chance to stun enemies for 3 seconds, or up to 15% chance when using two-handed bludgeoning weapons. So, like, these two honestly go together at this point, because if this one's going to increase your damage when the monster's stunned or vulnerable, this one is basically saying, hey, if you're using these weapons, we're going to stun the monster. And then we have Brute Force. Overpower deals 15% increased weapon damage when using two-handed weapons. So we definitely have like a whole lot going on here as far as like a war in the skills between two-handed and one-handed weapons. While using two-handed weapons, you deal 5% increased critical strike damage. And then we have Iron Maelstrom. Activate to attach a chain to your two-handed bludgeoning weapon and slam the ground, dealing 63% damage and stunning them for 2 seconds. Reactivate a second time to attach a chain to your two-handed slashing weapon and swipe it in front of you, dealing 21% damage and 126% bleed over 5 seconds. And then reactivate a final time to attach a chain to your dual-wielded weapons and swing them around you, dealing 34% damage per hit. So this utilizes all the weapons in your arsenal. 10% increased critical strike chance deals 20% increased critical strike damage. Supreme Iron Maelstrom, dealing direct damage to an enemy after swapping weapons, reduces Iron Maelstrom's cooldown by 1 second. So allows you to spam it a little bit more. Tempered Fury increases your maximum fury by 3. Invigorating Fury heals you for 2% of your maximum life for each 100 fury spent. So if you have a build that is involved in like a massive amount of fury regeneration, so like just in general, like if you set up your character to have a massive amount of fury, and you're spending it all the time, but you're also generating it all the time, could be a very interesting choice for you, because you basically have infinite fury, and there are ways that you can do that. So it's interesting. Furious Impulse. Each time you swap weapons, gain a 2 fury. So this is like kind of like the whole thing with the arsenal. They want you to swap your weapons back and forth, utilizing different abilities. So you might have like a bludgeoning weapon, a slashing weapon, and some dual-wield weapons, and you're constantly swapping back and forth between them depending on what ability you're using. Wrath of the Berserker. Cooldown 60 seconds. Lucky hit chance. Gain Berserking and Unstoppable for 5 seconds. For the next 10 seconds, dealing direct damage with basic skills grants Berserking for 5 seconds. So this is a way that you can get your Berserk easier. Supreme Wrath of the Berserker. While Wrath of the Berserk is active, gain a 50% increased movement speed, and increase fury regeneration by 25%. That's like PvP in a nutshell right there. Prime Wrath of Berserker. While Wrath of Berserker is active, every 20 fury you spend increases Berserk's damage bonus by 30%. So if you're going to be going with a Berserk build, it seems like these are like almost no-brainers. Like that right there, the whole 20 fury you spend increases Berserk's damage bonus, and the the movement speed bonus, and the fury regeneration bonus. Like all this stuff really kind of makes Berserk seem rather interesting. Capstone. So these are capstone abilities. I think when it comes to these, you can only get one. I'm not entirely sure, but I mean I could always like pop down the tree here. Like let me just go ahead and spend some points just so I can get to each individual doojank here. How do I... Trying to see. There we go. All right, so we have our capstones here. I'm pretty sure we can't put more than one capstone in, yeah. All right, so we have Unconstrained. Increases Berserk's maximum duration by 5 seconds and increases its damage bonus by 25%. So that one seems very specifically, a Berserk increase. Then we have Walking Arsenal. Deal direct damage with two-handed bludgeoning, two-handed slashing, or dual-wielded weapons. Grant 10% increased damage for 6 seconds. While all 3 damage bonuses are active, you gain an additional 15% increased damage. So this one seems to be very specifically pointed toward a barbarian who wants to have all his weapons and is utilizing all of them. So not one that's, focusing. Not one that's focusing on one particular weapon type, but this is for the barbarian that wants all the weapons. Unbridled Rage. Core skills deal 135% increased damage, but cost 100% more. Interesting. So, like, instead of costing 40 fury, it's going to cost 80, which means you're going to burn through all your fury really fast. Gushing Wounds. Killing a bleeding enemy creates an explosion that inflicts 12% bleeding damage over 5 seconds. Now, that seems really nice for a bleed barb. Like, I think that honestly, combined with all the other things that we've seen bleed-wise, you could totally make a whole bleed barb, and he would be pretty powerful. I mean, you'd have monsters just bleeding constantly all over the place. And granted, I mean, dishing out massive amounts of damage is nice too, but constant damage is something that you should never overlook, because constant never-ending damage, especially if it's very high, can add up very quickly. Yeah, you might be able to dish out like 25,000 damage in a single hit, but over the course of the battle, I can dish out, millions, depending on what's going on. And even when the boss or the monster goes out of range and can't be hit, a lot of the times my bleeds will still be ticking, and you won't be doing anything. Just, call him the Bleed Barbarian. All right, so that's pretty much it for the Barbarian tree. We do have the Codex of Power over here. The Codex of Power is basically like legendary aspects, and we've got some peaks of the Codex of Power. I actually had a video up with quite a few of these up because they had shown them on stream, and I basically just like screenshotted them and put them on the stream. But we've got aspect of the Deflecting Barrier. While you have a barrier active, there's a 20% chance to ignore incoming direct damage from distant enemies. Aspect of Disobedience. You gain 20.25 increased armor for 4 seconds when you deal any form of damage, stacking up to 25%. Aspect of Might grants 25% damage reduction for 4 seconds. Basic skills. Protecting Aspect. When struck, a magical bubble forms around you for 8 seconds, absorbing blank damage. Can occur only once per 10 seconds. Aspect of the Protector. Every 10 seconds you gain a barrier absorbing up to blank damage. Aspect of Bolcathos. Leap creates an earthquake that deals blank physical damage over 4 seconds. While standing in earthquakes, you gain 5% increased damage reduction. Aspect of the Iron Warrior. Iron Skin also makes you unstoppable. Aspect of Numbing Wrath. Each point of fury generated while at maximum fury grants Fortify. That actually fits in very well with that that one passive that we saw. It was the one that had to do with Fortify. Where was it? It was where you increased your damage output depending on how much Fortify you had at any particular time. Can't even remember where it was now. When fortified for over 50% of your maximum life, you deal 5% increased damage. Yeah, that would work really well with counter offensive. You could make an entire fortify barbarian build. Sounds very interesting. Am I going to do a final video on Frosty Cheeks? Probably. I've just been busy with other stuff. Life, my friends. Life. Life is hard. Aspects of tempering blows. After swapping weapons 6 times, gain fortify. So this goes together with the walking arsenal. So if you're going to be a walking arsenal barbarian, having something like this where you're switching your weapons all the time. If you're going to be switching your weapons all the time anyway to get the bonuses from walking arsenal, then you're also going to want to get the fortify bonuses from things like this that will make you, tankier. Barb Bleedarian, that sounds good. Offensive. Skills deal up to 24% increased damage based on available resources when cast, receiving the full benefit while at full resource. Aspect of the... We've seen a lot of stuff like this so far. Like, there's a lot of abilities and things that we saw along the tree that definitely seemed to point toward that kind of a thing, where it's literally just like, oh, okay, yeah, if you have full resources, you're going to deal more damage. And then we have this, which is like, if you have more full resources, you're going to deal more damage. And like, there's a whole build around that. I guarantee it. It's like finding a way to make sure your resource never falls below full, and then using all of these interesting things. You can totally have some fun with stuff like this. Aspect of the expectant. Enemies hit with basic skills increase the damage of your next core skill by 5%, up to 50%. Aspect of inner calm, deal 3% increased damage for each second you stand still, up to 30%. That was actually something that was in Diablo 3. Needle flare aspect, thorns damage dealt has 20% chance to deal damage to all enemies around you. A thorns barbarian build. We have seen a couple different thorns effects throughout the barbarian tree. So it looks like there is going to be a thorns barbarian build, and this specifically right here turns thorns from a passive form of damage into a offensive form of damage, which means that not only are the monsters getting hit when they hit you, but you have a chance to deal 20% of that damage to all enemies around you, which is pretty cool. Deal 40% increased damage to stunned, knockdown, and frozen enemies. So this is like going right along with that other thing that we saw, which was dealing damage to stunned, knockdown enemies. So this seems to be an entire build around taking advantage of the kicking the man while he's down build. It's literally the kick the man while he's down build. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, everything that it has to do with, it's like, hey, he's limping, kick him in the shin. Hey, he's stunned, hit him in the head where he recently got hit in the head, so he gets more concussed. Like, oh, look, he's got a wound in his chest. Hey, stab your hand inside the wound in his chest and wiggle it around. It'll hurt more. Like, literally the entire barbarian seems to have a build that is designed around kicking the man while he's down. Basic skills gain 23% attack speed. Aspect of retribution. Distant enemies have 15% chance to be stunned for 2 seconds. When they hit you, you deal 30% increased damage to stunned enemies. Again, another one that has to do with kicking the man while he's down. Aspect of ancestral echoes. Damaging enemies with leap, upheaval, or whirlwind has a 40% chance to summon an ancient to perform the same skill. Can only happen once every 5 seconds. That seems interesting for an AoE character. Hammer of the Ancients quakes outward, dealing 32% of its damage to enemies. Speaking of which, why don't you guys in chat right now decide what's the next class you want to take a look at? Because we've got Druid, Necromancer, Rogue, Sorceress. Talk amongst yourselves. We have aspect of Berserk Ripping. Whenever you deal direct damage while berserking, inflict 22% of base damage dealt as additional bleeding damage over 5 seconds. Aspect of Ancestral Force. Hammer of the Ancients quakes outward, dealing 32% damage to its enemies. Brawler's aspect. Enemies damaged by kick or charge will explode if they are killed within the next 2 seconds, dealing blank damage to surrounding enemies. So that's kind of nice. So you can utilize kick and charge to cause explosions. I'm seeing a whole lot of Necromancer. Death Wish aspect. Gain blank thorns while berserking. So there you go. There's some more thorns, which could be combined together with the Needle Flare aspect. So you could do Needle Flare aspect, Death Wish aspect. You could combine it together with all the thorns abilities, and before you know it, you've got some pretty sick thorns. Aspect of the Dire Whirlwind. The Whirlwind's critical strike chance is increased by 5% for each second it's channeled, up to 20%. Again, another ability which is trying to get you to utilize Whirlwind for longer periods of time. The longer you use it, the more damage you do. Aspect of Quickening Pulse, up to 20% chance to reduce the cooldowns of your non-ultimate skills by 1.5 seconds when you inflict bleeding damage on elites. Definitely something that would be nice for the bleedy bleedos, the bleed barbarian, the blardbarian. That's right, the blardbarian. Veteran Brawler's aspect. Each time a core skill deals direct damage to an enemy, your next charge or leap deals 15% increased damage, up to 225%. Wind Striker's aspect. After swapping weapons 6 times, gain a 20% increased attack speed for 4 seconds. So this is another one that seems to be focused on the whole like multi-weapon capability of the Barbarian. So like just in general, like what we're looking at here is that there is an entire build to be had for any Barbarian who wants to have some fun, you know, switching between all their weapons. Aspect of Umbral. Restore 1 resource point when you crowd control an enemy. Stuns. I don't know exactly what counts as a crowd control, but I would assume like any type of crowd control would work, right? So could be a very interesting way to like have fun restoring your resources and being a crowd control ridiculous person at the same time. Aspect of Echoing Fury. Your shout skill generates 2 fury per second while active. Aspect of the Relentless Arms Master. Gains 20% increased fury regeneration while all damage bonuses from Walking Arsenal are active. Again, another one that seems to be focused around the Walking Arsenal and, you know, changing all your weapons around. Slaking aspect. Lucky hit. You have up to 30% chance to gain 20 fury when Rend deals direct damage to at least 1 bleeding enemy. So again, another bleed ability. Aspect of Unrelenting Fury. Killing an enemy with a core skill refunds 10% of its base fury cost. Can only happen once per skill cast. Utility. Aspect of the Shared Misery. When you hit a crowd-controlled enemy, there is a 30% chance for that crowd-controlled enemy to spread, that crowd control effect to spread to another unaffected enemy. Again, we have another hit a man while he's down ability. It seems like there's an entire build with the Barbarian that revolves around hitting the man while he's down. Doesn't matter if he's, you know, if he's gimped, you know, his ankle's broken, he's stunned, he's a little dazed, you know, maybe he's frozen, whatever it happens to be. Doesn't matter. They like it. You know, kick him in the face, you know, while he's on the ground. Like that's, yeah. And it probably works pretty well too. Not going to lie. Aspect of Anemia. This sounds like another bleed. Direct damage against bleeding enemies has a 31% chance to stun them for 2 seconds. So that's an interesting way that you could combine the hit a man while it's down, the bleeding aspects together. I'm not going to lie, that sounds like a PvP build to me. Like the ability to bleed monsters and the ability to crowd control monsters and the, or rather, sorry, I'm talking about PvP players. The ability to bleed players and the ability to crowd control players and then combining them together sounds like a match made in heaven. So you're like pumping out crowd control effects and you're pumping out bleeds at the same time. And then not only that, but your bleeds and your crowd control effects are complementing each other. That sounds like a really ridiculous, broken OP PvP build in my mind. Relentless Berserker's aspect. Damaging in any way the core skill has a 22% chance to extend the duration of berserking by 1 second. Double this duration if it was a critical strike. Ghostwalker's aspect. You can move freely through enemies while below 40% total life. Wind Striker's aspect. Critical strikes gain 8% movement speed for 1 second. The duration can be extended. Aspect of Perpetual Stomping. Damaging an enemy with kick or ground stomp resets the leap cooldown. Alright, well, I'm seeing a lot of Necro, so I guess we're going to go to Necro now. So that was the Barbarian tree. Let's go to the Necromancer. Is the Necromancer. Is the Necromancer. Is the Necromancer. It's the Necromancer. All right, so I actually went over the Book of the Dead before in a video, like the whole thing, so we're going to cover this really quickly. However, there were a couple things that were missing from my Book of the Dead video that I didn't have, so we'll be able to go over those, I guess. So if you guys are unaware, the Book of the Dead is actually a new aspect of the Necromancer. Specifically allows you to customize the... why is my... There we go. Specifically allows you to customize your summons. So you have your Skeletal Warrior section, the Mages section, and the Golem section. And basically you have the ability to, number one, upgrade them. And number two, you can also sacrifice them. So there's multiple different buffs here in terms of the Necromancer. And like I said, most of the stuff I'd already gone over, but let's go over it again real quickly. So the Skeletal Warriors, there are 3 different warriors. There is the Skeletal Skirmishers, which is the sword-wielding damage dealers that deal 30% increased damage but have 15% reduced life. The Skeletal Defenders, which have durable shields and have 15% increased life. And then we have the Skeletal Reapers, which deal area damage, and they're relatively slow, but they have heavy wind-ups. And they deal pretty high amounts of damage in AoE, but they don't really deal it very quickly. So 3 different choices here for your warriors. We also have the, you can raise an additional skirmisher. So 1 additional skirmisher, or you can, each time you critically strike, your skirmisher's next attack critically strikes as well. It can only happen every 3 seconds. And then you can sacrifice them completely. And if you sacrifice them completely, you'll gain a critical strike chance increase by 5%, but you could no longer raise skeletal warriors. The defenders have every 8 seconds, your defenders can negate damage for the next instance of direct damage that they would potentially take. And then also increases the amount of thorns that the defenders inherit from you from 30 to 50%. And then finally, the sacrifice is you gain 15% non-physical damage resistance, but you can no longer raise skeletal warriors. The Skeletal Reapers deal area damage with a slow, powerful scythe and has a special wind-up attack dealing heavy damage every 10 seconds. Their upgrades are a Reaper attacks against enemies who are immobilized, slowed, or stunned, vulnerable, reduce the cooldown of their powerful wind-up by 2 seconds. Reapers have a 10% chance to carve the flesh off of enemies, forming a corpse. This cannot happen on the same enemy more than once every 5 seconds, so they can become corpse generators. Skeletal Reapers Sacrifice. You can deal 10% increased shadow damage, but you can no longer raise skeletal warriors. Then we have the Skeletal Mages. We have the Shadow Mages that deal moderate shadow damage. We have the Cold Mages that chill and freeze enemies. And then, of course, we have the bone mages that use their own bones as projectiles, dealing heavy damage for a cost of life. For the shadow mages, it seems like shadow damage is kind of focused on like damage over time, if that makes any sense. So like they seem to be like damage over time characters. The Shadow Mage's attacks have a 10% chance to stun an enemy for 2.13 seconds. This cannot happen on the same enemy more than once every 5 seconds. And then Shadow Mages fire an additional Shadow Bolt every 6th attack. And if you sacrifice them, you get maximum essences increased by 15%, but you can no longer raise mages. The Cold Mages, of course, are crowd control, chills and freezes enemies. Definitely sounds like crowd control to me. Each time your cold mages damage enemies with their primary attack, you gain 2 essence, so they're essence generators. Enemies who are frozen by or damaged while frozen by your cold mage's primary attacks are made vulnerable for 3 seconds. And then sacrificial, you can sacrifice them for a 15% increased damage to vulnerable enemies, but of course you can no longer raise them. And then finally, the Bone Mages are the ones that can sacrifice their own life for damage, and they have reduced life cost of your Bone Mage's attacks by 15% to 10%. After being alive for 5 seconds, Bone Mages deal 40% more damage for basically surviving. Like, hey, I survived. What was it in like Star Wars? They used to call the brand new clone troopers shinies, and the ones that had been there for a while had like roughed up, dirty armor. Like when your Bone Mage lives more than 5 seconds, he's no longer a shiny. He's a roughed up, dirty armor clone trooper. Upgrade 2, each time the Bone Mage dies from its own attack, they leave behind a corpse and fortify you for a certain percentage. Then, of course, you can sacrifice them. Your overpower damage is increased by 30%, but you can no longer raise skeletal mages. Then we've got the golems. We get the golems. The golems, we've got Bone Golem, which is your taunt golem. So he's basically just going to be your tank. And each time your golem takes up to 20% of its maximum life as damage, it sheds a corpse. So he's also a corpse generator. Your golem gains 10% maximum life, and the amount of thorns they inherit from you is increased from 30 to 50%. Seems like there's a whole like thorns build kind of a thing going on there. And then you can sacrifice him, and you gain 10% increased attack speed if you want to do that. The Blood Golem drains life from nearby enemies, just like the Blood Golem in Diablo 2. Your Golem absorbs 15% of the damage that you would potentially take, which means he's going to make you much tankier. The Blood Golem upgrade number 2, while healthy, your Golem gains 25% damage reduction and 25% increased damage output. And of course, you can sacrifice him and just simply gain a 10% bonus to your maximum life. And then finally, the Iron Golem, which slams the ground and stuns enemies. Every 5th Golem attack causes a shockwave, dealing 16% damage to the primary enemy and to enemies behind them. Your Iron Golem slams the ground, also making enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds. And then, of course, you can sacrifice him for a 30% increased critical strike damage, but you'll lose the ability to summon a Golem. So that's the Book of the Dead, and the Book of the Dead makes for very interesting choices. Obviously, there are tons of different choices here that you can make. You can obviously choose specific skeletons. You've got 3 different skeletons to choose, 3 different mages, and 3 different golems. And you can also choose to sacrifice those golems, which means you have a total number of choices of, 4 times 4 times 4, which is... What is that? I think that's correct. The correct number of choices, right? Because you can choose any of the 3 skeletons, right? Plus, you can also choose to sacrifice them. So that's 4. Yeah. So you would do 4 times 4 times 4, which could potentially give us 64 choices, and that's not even including the upgrades. So you've got 64 different ways that you could potentially build the Book of the Dead. To customize your Necromancer the way that you specifically want. I wanted to check over here in these aspects and see if some of these aspects were... Yeah, so like Ghostwalker, that was on the Barbarian. Windstriker, that was on the Barbarian. So some of these are going to be like ones that are specific to the Necromancer, and some are going to be ones that are like generic, that everybody can use. All right, let's start taking a look at the Necromancer's tree, shall we? So first off, we have a resource generator skill, Essence. called Decompose. Tear the flesh from an enemy, dealing 30% damage per second and performing a usable corpse with the flesh every 2.5 seconds. So this one, not only does it generate essence, it also gives you corpses. If an enemy dies while being decomposed, you gain 10 essence. Initiates decompose. Decompose slows enemies by 30%. You and your minions deal 10% increased damage to enemies who are in the process of being decomposed. That's interesting. Hemorrhage. Generate essence 7. Burst an enemy's blood, dealing 25% damage. Hemorrhage has a 20% chance to form a blood orb. After picking up a blood orb, your next hemorrhage also deals damage to enemies around your target and grants 2 additional essence per hit. Hemorrhage grants 0.64% base life as Fortify each time it hits an enemy, and has a 1.5% chance per enemy to hit to fortify you for 100% base life. Hemorrhage gains an additional 20% attack speed while healthy. Sounds really weird. Like, you attack a monster, he like pops a bubble out, and then you like collect the bubble or whatever, and then after you collect it, then you use it again, and it does more damage to more targets that you just pulling people's blood out of their body. Seems a little rude. Reap. Sweep an ethereal scythe in front of you, dealing 12% damage. Hitting an enemy with a reap increases your damage reduction by 15% for 2 seconds. If an enemy hit by reap dies within 2 seconds, you gain 30% increased attack speed for 3 seconds. Reap instantly executes non-bosses below 5% life, so it has a chance of instant KO on monsters under a certain percentage of life. Acolyte's Reap. Reap forms a corpse under the first enemy hit. Can only occur once every 5 seconds. So we've got a couple of corpse generators already. We've got Decompose, which generates a corpse every 2.5 seconds. And then we have Reap, which can generate a corpse every 5 seconds. So we're already in the knee-deep in corpses, basically, at this point. Bone Splinters. Fire 3 Bone Splinters, sounds like teeth, dealing 22.5% damage each. Each subsequent time an enemy is hit by the same cast of Bone Splinters, you gain 1 essence. Enhanced Bone Splinters. Bone Splinters has a 30% chance to fire 2 additional projectile if cast while you have 50 or more essence. Initiates Bone Splinters. This is an upgrade. Has a 20% chance per hit to make enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds. And then the other way you could go is hitting the enemy at least 3 times with the same cast of Bone Splinters grants 8% critical strike chance for 4 seconds. All right, and that takes us away from our basic skills and toward the core skills. And on the core skills, we have Blight, which is under the Shadow Tree. Unleash concentrated blight that deals 30% damage and leaves behind a defiled area, dealing 80% damage over 3 seconds. So defiled area sounds like a damage over time effect, which would be on the floor. Those can be particularly useful if you're fighting a large group of monsters and you have an army. The monsters are fighting your army, and then you have a blight puddle underneath your army, and so as they're fighting your army, they're taking additional damage. Seems kind of useful to an army necromancer. Blight slows enemies by 25%. You and your minions deal 10% increased damage to enemies within Blight. Again, seems to be specifically targeted at a summon necromancer. Blight has a 10% chance to immobilize enemies for 2 seconds on impact. Blood Surge. Draw blood from enemies dealing 20% damage and expel a blood nova, dealing 50% damage. Blood Surge's nova damage is increased by 10% per enemy drained, up to 50%. Enhanced Blood Surge. Blood Surge heals you for 1% of your maximum life when drawing blood from enemies. If blank or more enemies are drawn from, then heal for an additional blank percentage of your maximum life. Paranormal Blood Surge. If an enemy is damaged by Blood Surge's Nova while you are healthy, then gain 1 stack of Overwhelming Blood. When you have 5 stacks of Overwhelming Blood, your next Blood Surge overpowers. Each time an enemy is hit by Blood Surge's Nova, you are fortified by blank percent of your base life, while you are fortified for over blank percent of your maximum life. Blood Surge deals increased damage. So it sounds like blood, and there's like a whole blood thing going on with this particular character. Like drawing blood from monsters and building blood stacks and I don't know. And yeah, it seems like shadow damage has become the new poison damage. I'm not really sure why specifically they wanted to change poison into shadow, but it doesn't seem like poison is on this tree anymore. Instead, they replaced it with shadow. I'm not really sure what that's about. Next is some passives. Can't breathe. Your maximum essence is increased by 3, and then imperfectly balanced. Your core skills cost 5% more essence, but deal 10% increased damage. Sever Shadow. A specter of you charges. Oh, a specter. Sorry, a specter of you charges forward and attacks with its scythe for 42% damage, then returns to you and attacks again for blank percent damage. Sever damages enemies along its path for blank percent of its damage. Every 4th cast of Sever makes enemies vulnerable for blank number of seconds. As you can see here, there's missing information. We don't have all the information. And the person that made this wasn't in the beta, so he's pulling the information from what he has. Sever deals blank percent increased damage for each minion you have upon cast. So this one is for a summon Necromancer, deals more damage if you have a lot of summons. So obviously if you sacrifice all your summons, you wouldn't pick this particular ability. Another passive, your damage has up to 4% chance to create a corpse at the target's location. This chance is doubled against bosses. Bone Spear, physical. Wow, they made Bone Spear a physical damage attack. I would have thought they would have kept it magical, but turning it into a physical attack is interesting. It's actually one of the things that I thought might be an interesting idea for Diablo 2. Believe it or not, I feel like if they changed Bone Spear into a physical damage attack, it would up the damage by quite a bit and make it more useful. And you might be thinking, well, how could that up the damage when technically, magic damage or monsters don't have magic resistance? Well, the thing is that you can't reduce a monster's magical resistance. So, like, despite the fact that they're at 0, you can never make them at negative 100, right? So, like, if you were to change Diablo 2's Bone Spear to physical damage, then they could use Amplify Damage to reduce the monster's resistance even more. And in the process, they could essentially bring that damage up through curses. Whereas it is right now, because magic damage can't be reduced, or magic resistance can't be reduced, you can't bring the damage of the Bone Spear up any further through the use of things like Amplify Damage and Decrepify and whatnot. So this is conjures a Bone Spear from the ground, dealing 85% damage and piercing through enemies. Sounds like it functions very similarly to Diablo 2 in just about every way. Enhanced Bone Spear. Bone Spear breaks into shards when it is destroyed, dealing 10% damage each. Bone Spear makes the first enemy hit vulnerable for 3 seconds. Bone Spear has a blank percent increased critical chance if Bone Spear's primary projectile critically strikes. It fires additional bone shards upon being destroyed. Paranormal Bone Spear. What is this upon being destroyed thing? It says that it pierces, right? So it's piercing through its enemies. At what point is it destroyed? Is that like at the end of its like casting distance? That seems a little odd. Bloodlance. Do we offer Bloodlance? We did not. Throw a blood lance that lingers in an enemy for 3 seconds, dealing 45% damage to the enemy and all other lanced enemies. Blood lance pierces through enemies who are currently lanced, dealing 15% reduced damage to subsequent enemies after the first. While at least 2 enemies or a boss are affected by Blood Lance, you gain 10% attack speed, and Blood Lance's essence cost is reduced by 1. After casting Blood Lance a certain number of times, your next cast of Blood Lance is guaranteed to overpower and spawns a Blood Orb underneath the first enemy hit. Sounds like there's a whole Blood Orb build on the Necromancer that revolves around like collecting blood orbs and building up blood spells. I don't know if it's that way, Creations. It doesn't sound like it's piercing upward. It says it's piercing through the enemies. If it was just a spike that comes up from the ground, it would only hit one enemy. Like, that's it. This is saying that it's going to hit multiple enemies, and for it to hit multiple enemies, it's got to pierce through multiple times, unless it's coming out of the ground at an angle. I mean, I don't know. But we don't know that because we can't actually see the ability, can we? What is winning? Dogs is winning? Oh, man. Why do my chinchillas only have 16%? Okay, look, chinchillas are great. I don't care what you guys say. And freaking sugar gliders have 21% over my chinchillas? Why are the sugar gliders higher than my chinchillas? I don't, All right, next, Blood Mist. Disperse into a bloody mist, becoming immune for 3 seconds. Your movement speed is reduced by 50%, and you periodically deal 1.75% damage to enemies, healing for 100% of the damage dealt. I haven't seen it. Blood Mist movement speed penalty is reduced to 20. Blood Mist leaves behind a corpse every 1 second. You can use it as a generator. Blood Mist fortifies you for 0.2% base life each time it hits an enemy. This is called Macabre. That was the core skills. That was the basic. And then we got the Macabre. Necrotic Carapace. When a corpse is formed from your skills or your minions, fortify your life by 0.8% base. Skeletal Warrior Mastery. It increases the damage and life of your skeletal warriors by 15%. So if you're going to go with an army, that seems like a no-brainer. And it's 15% per level, so that's 45% total. And that's life and damage, not just damage or not just life. So that's a 45% increase to their damage and life. We also have Bone Prison. Unearths a prison of bone with 12 life that surrounds the target area for 6 seconds. Gain 3 essence each time an enemy hits your bone prison. That's interesting. So you could just lock a target in a corner, and he could just be beating the crap out of your bone prison. And as long as they're in there beating the crap out of your bone prison, you're gaining essence, which you can then use on a boss or something like that. Like, say you were fighting a boss and the boss had ads, right? You could just bone prison the ads away from you and then use them to generate essence and then use that essence to destroy the boss. Sounds pretty powerful, to be honest with you. Kind of sounds broken. Ghastly Bone Prison. Enemies inside the bone prison are vulnerable. Fortify for 1.5% base life for each enemy trapped within the bone prison. So that's also, see what I'm talking about here? The bone prison, they seem like they've got it set up as like a really interesting ability that you could utilize during a fight. Oh look, there's a guy over there, bone prison. Oh look, now I'm gaining essence every time he's beating up the bone prison. And then when he gets out, you just bone prison him again. It doesn't seem to have a cooldown. Oh, and it has a 20-second cooldown. Okay. Never mind. Well, 20 seconds still isn't too bad. You can still lock at least one target in a bone prison every 20 seconds. We've got Grim Harvest. Consuming a corpse generates 3 essence. You deal 4% increased damage for 4 seconds after consuming a corpse. So I'm assuming that you can beef this up 3 times. So that's 3, 6, 9. So you can get 9 essence per corpse. And same thing for this. You could bring it up to 12% increased damage for corpses. Detonate a corpse, dealing 75% damage to surrounding enemies. Corpse explosion. I like some corpse explosion. Want the corpse explosion? I need to come down here. I want to see if you can actually see what it does when you level it up. I doubt you can, but I'm just going to go ahead and put some points in just so I can get down there. Beep, 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 beep. Nah, it doesn't show you what it does. Because he doesn't know. He doesn't know. So, all we see is what we've seen so far. We don't know what happens when you actually put points into it. Course explosion's radius has been increased by 15%. Abhorrent corpse explosion. Instead of exploding, a corpse explosion releases a vile miasma, dealing 110% shadow damage over 6 seconds. So it turns it into a poison ability. Horrid corpse explosion. Corpse explosion deals 15% increased damage to enemies that are slowed, stunned, or vulnerable. So again, another way that you can beef up your damage versus monsters that are, kick them while they're down. Kick them while they're down damage. I think that's pretty much everything over here. So let's move on to the corruption tree. We have a couple passives to start out with. Death's Reach, you deal 4% increased damage to distant enemies, so, being far away. Death's Embrace, close enemies take 2% more damage from you and deal 3% less damage to you. So we've got two different paths here, the close-up and the far-away fighter. Then we got Skeleton Mage Mastery, which is increases skeleton damage and life of your skeleton mages by 15%. So again, another buff to the army. So if you're going to go with a summon necromancer, you're probably going to throw 3 points in here, and you're probably going to throw 3 points in here, so forth and so on. And you're just going to beef up your army as much as possible, depending on what you're doing. We've got Decrepify. Curse the target area. Enemies afflicted by Decrepify are slowed by 50% and deal 25% less damage for 10 seconds. Enhanced Decrepify. Enemies hit while afflicted with Decrepify have up to a 10% chance to be stunned for 2 seconds. Horrid Decrepify. When you or your minions hit an enemy afflicted with Decrepify below 10% life, they are instantly killed. Does not work on bosses. Abhorrent Decrepify. Enemies hit while afflicted with Decrepify have up to a 15% chance to reduce your active cooldowns by 1.5 seconds. So, this is... I've always been a little leery of these, will kill a monster below a certain percentage life kind of abilities, because building these means that you're doing less damage. And, when the monster gets down to 10% life, they might get instant killed, but it takes longer to bring them down to 10% life. And so the time that you save for them being instant gibbed at low percentages doesn't necessarily make up for the time that you lost in damage output by going down these parts of the trees. Maybe if it was a little bit higher, maybe if it was something like 15 or 20%, but 10% doesn't really seem very useful. And then the fact that it doesn't work against bosses also kind of makes it into one of those abilities where okay, well, that's kind of like ITD, ignores target's defense in Diablo 2. Ignores target's defense is amazing for trash mobs, but it doesn't help you versus bosses, elites, champions, anything that matters. It only helps you versus the trash. So this is an ability that only helps you versus trash. Not really sure that's going to be worth it. Then we got Amplified Damage. You deal 3% increased damage to cursed enemies, and then you could, of course, proc that 3 times for a total of, 369, so 9% increased damage, which would obviously work with Decrepify, which means Decrepify would then gain a 9% damage bonus whenever you curse the monsters, so it's just a passive effect on the curses. We also have Iron Maiden. Curse the target area. Enemies afflicted by Iron Maiden take 10% damage each time they deal direct damage. Lasts for 10 seconds. Enhanced Iron Maiden no longer costs essence. Instead, gain 5 essence for each damage enemy cursed, but does not work with enemies who are already cursed with Iron Maiden. Abhorrent Iron Maiden, heal for 5% of your maximum life when an enemy dies while afflicted by the Iron Maiden's curse. When at least 3 enemies are afflicted by Iron Maiden, its damage is increased by 15%, so making sure that you're cursing as many monsters as possible. I think that's pretty much it for the corruption tree. Now we're moving on to the summoning tree. So let's start off with the passive. Spiked armor, gain 3 thorns, so obviously you can proc that 3 times, so that's 3, 6, 9, so you can get 9 thorns there. And then we also have corpse tendrils, physical. Veins burst out of the corpse, pulling in enemies, stunning them for 3 seconds, and dealing 20% damage to them. Does not consume the corpse. Enemies who are in range of the corpse tendrils are slowed by 50% before being pulled. Horrid corpse tendrils. Enemies stunned by corpse tendrils tend to take 25% more damage from corpse explosion. Enemies slain while stunned by corpse tendrils have 40% chance to drop a blood orb. So interesting kind of like combination here. You could go with the corpse explosion build and use the tendrils to beef up your corpse explosion damage. Or you can use the corpse tendrils to give you more blood orbs for things like your blood nova and whatnot. Sorry, Cody's messing with the chinchillas again. I can hear him. Cody, leave the chinchillas alone. Focus. Play with the bug you were chasing earlier. Where's the bug you were chasing? I saw you chasing the bug. Blood begets blood. While below 50% life, you receive 10% more healing from all sources. Kind of reminds me of the Dragoon from Final Fantasy XI. Coalesced blood. After being healthy for a blank number of seconds, your next blood skill overpowers. Blood orbs also heal your minions for 15% of the amount. That's interesting. Tides of blood. Your blood skills deal 5% increased overpower damage. This bonus is doubled while you are healthy. Drain vitality. Lucky hit. Hitting enemies with blood skills has up to a 25% chance to fortify you for 1% of your base life. Doesn't say how many times. Reaper's Pursuit. Damaging enemies with darkness skills increases your movement speed by 5% for 3 seconds. When you damage enemies with darkness skills, they take up to 2% increased shadow damage for 2 seconds, stacking up to 3 times. Crippling darkness. Darkness skills have up to a 15% chance to stun for 1 second. Darkness skills deal 5% increased damage against immobilized, slowed, or stunned enemies. This also applies to shadow damage dealt by your minions. So another kick them while they're down ability. Serration. Your bone skills have a 5% increased chance. Critical strike for each 10 essence you have upon cast. What does this have to do with the summoning tree? I'm a little freaking confused. That is not a summoning skill for like your summons. Most of this up here doesn't have anything to do with the summons, with the exception of this one that transfers things to your minions. Nothing to do with summons, nothing to do with your summons, nothing to do with your summons. This one does. And then, like, most of this doesn't even have anything to do with your summons. I don't even understand. After critically striking 10 times with bone skills, your bone skills deal increased damage for 5 seconds. Every 100 essence you spend cooldowns on your bone skills reduces them by 0.5 seconds. Your bone skills deal 6% increased critical strike damage versus vulnerable enemies. Bone Spirit, physical, also in the summoning tree for some reason. Essence cost, all remaining essence. Consume all your essence to conjure a spirit of bone that seeks enemies. Upon reaching an enemy, the spirit explodes, dealing 80% damage to the target and all surrounding enemies. Damage is increased by 3% per each point of essence spent casting the bone spirit. Enhanced Bone Spirit. If the Bone Spirit critically strikes, its cooldown is reduced by 6 seconds. This effect can only happen once per cast. This thing consumes all of your essence and also has a 12-second cooldown? That seems a bit silly. Like, if it's consuming all of your essence and you've got to rebuild your essence to be able to recast it. And also the damage of the ability is based upon the essence spent. Why also put a cooldown on it? I feel like that's already a cooldown. You're already saying, okay, well, if you spam it, you're going to get no damage because it costs essence, right? So the less essence you spend on it, the less damage it does. The more essence you spend on it, the more damage it does. So you're going to have to like constantly regenerate your essence to be able to get the most damage out of this ability. And then they also throw a cooldown on it too, which just seems just kind of silly to me. After Bone Spirit hits an enemy, you generate 30 essence over the next 4 seconds. So that one helps you regenerate the essence that you lost. Ghastly's Bone Spirit. Bone Spirit has an additional 10% critical strike chance. Another spiked armor. Didn't we already have one of those earlier in the tree? I could have sworn there was already a thorns effect earlier, wasn't there? Is that the second one? Well, I mean, maybe I already talked about it. Maybe that's what it is. So let's move on to the next one, which is the Ultimates. So this is the Necromancer Ultimates. And we're getting pretty close to the end of this tree, so you guys need to decide what the next character is you want me to go over. We still have Rogue, Sorcerer, and Druid. So talk amongst yourselves and see if you can figure it out. Next one is the Golem Mastery. That's a passive. So increased damage and life of your Golem by 15%. So we've got Golem Mastery, Skeleton Mastery, and Skeleton Mage Mastery. Like we got all three so far. So that's definitely, you know, like if you were going to build a Summon Necromancer, you could beef up Golem Mastery as well. Blood Wave. Cooldown 50 seconds, so pretty long cooldown there. Conjure a tidal wave of blood that deals 90% damage and knocks enemies back. Blood Wave slows enemies by 50% for 4 seconds. Blood Wave leaves behind 3 blood orbs as it travels. It sounds like you're going to be running around collecting blood orbs a lot. if you go this route, you're just going to be constantly running around collecting orbs. Stand Alone increases damage reduction by 6%, reduced by 2% for each active minion. So definitely something that you would want as a summon Necromancer. Memento Mori. My girlfriend probably laugh at that one. I don't know if you're watching, babe, but she plays Dead by Daylight a lot. Memento Mori is the ability in that particular game that you use to kill people. Like you can just outright kill them if you have your Memento Mori. Sacrificing both skeletal warriors and skeletal mages increases their sacrifice bonuses by 20%. Well, that's rather interesting. It's kind of odd, though, that they would tie that behind the ability that gives you the bonus for... So you're going to have to put 1 point in standalone anyway. And then then putting points into this would specifically increase the bonus that sacrificing your skeletal warriors and skeleton mages give you, which of course is going to directly affect the bonus that standalone gives you. And it's kind of silly, not gonna lie. It is a summon bonus, so it says increases the damage reduction by 6%, reduced by 2%. Oh, reduced by 2% for each active minion. I thought it said increases by 6% for each active minion. Reduced by 2% for each active minion. So, in other words, yeah, I see what you're saying. So this would definitely be the opposite. It's not a summon ability. This is a I don't want any summons ability. His name got green from smoking a lot? I don't even understand how that would happen. That seems not likely. Bone Storm Physical. A swirling storm of bones appear around you and your golem, dishing out 180% to surrounding enemies over 10 seconds. 60-second cooldown there. Prime Bone Storm. Your damage reduction is increased by 15% while your Bone Storm is active. Supreme Bone Storm. While Bone Storm is active, you consume nearby corpses. Each corpse consumed adds 2 seconds to the Bone Storm's duration, up to a total of 10 additional seconds. That's kind of interesting. So you can get a total of 20 seconds, and it also appears around you and your golem. That's actually kind of interesting, appearing around you and your golem. So if you did have a nice golem that's taunting, might be a good one to use with the bone golem specifically, because he taunts everything and brings it in close. And he'd probably dish out pretty big amount of damage, to all the monsters nearby him. Seems like a good bone golem ability. Bonden in Essence. Your minions gain 15% of your resistances. Hellbent Commander. Your minions deal 10% increased damage while you are close to them. Your minions can't lose more than 50% of their maximum life from a single damage instance. Death Defense. That's interesting. So it would prevent your minions from ever being one-shot, basically. So, like, say you were in a boss arena and a boss did this really big attack and it's like 100% of their life. So it would just instantly one-shot them. This would prevent them from being one-shot. Instead, they would just simply lose 50% of their life instead of all of their life, and would help prevent you from losing your army. And who knows what that does when you level it up? It could get a little bit better. After you've been healthy for at least 4 seconds, you and your minions gain 4% attack speed. We also have Army of the Dead Physical. Call forth the deep buried dead. Volatile undead emerge over the next 7 seconds that explode when around enemies, dealing 30% damage. This sounds extremely similar to the one that was in Diablo 3, and I'm going to tell you right now, I hated it. It was stupid. I really didn't like it, and I never used the damn thing. When Army of the Dead's skeleton explode, they have a 15% chance to leave behind a corpse. Army of the Dead also raises your skeleton warriors and skeletal mages. And then we have down here, which is the capstone abilities. I'm pretty sure you can only choose one of these. We have Strength in Numbers. While you have at least 7 minions, they gain 20% increased attack speed, so definitely something for the Summon-mancer. Shadow Blight. Shadow damage infects enemies with Shadow Blight for 2 seconds. Every 10th time an enemy receives shadow damage from you or your minions while they are affected by Shadow Blight, they take an additional 20% shadow damage. Obviously a shadow damage capstone. Rathma's Vigor. Increase your maximum life by 10% while healthy. You deal 25% increased damage. So this seems like it would be specifically for the Bloodmancer. So the Bloodmancer seems to be almost focused around all these little blood orbs and keeping himself healthy. And everything I noticed about the skill seemed to increase his damage when he was at full HP. And so having full HP is very important to this particular build. And as you can see here, again, increases your maximum life by 10%. While healthy, you deal 25% increased damage. Ossified Essence. Your bone skills deal 1% increased damage for each point of essence you have above 50 upon cast. So this is a resource generator capstone. So if you can manage to have like unlimited essence, you're going to have some pretty nice effects there. I got 2 rogues, 1 druid. So far, it looks like we're going to rogue unless somebody else speaks up. Let's take a look over here and see if there's any ones specific for the Necromancer. Aspect of the deflecting barrier. While you have a barrier active, there's a 20% chance to ignore direct damage from distant enemies. Disobedience, we already saw that one. We read that one earlier. We read that one earlier as well. Aspect of the grasping veins. Enemies who are stunned by corpse tendrils are also made vulnerable for its duration. If they die while stunned, they have a 15% chance to spawn a blood orb. A lot of these are generic ones. I'm looking specifically for the ones that are like Necromancer related, although that one we did see before, but that would probably work really well with the army as well. Blighted Aspect. The Shadow Blight passive deals 15% increased damage against slowed or chilled enemies and 30% increased damage against stunned enemies. Distant enemies have a 15% chance to be stunned for 2 seconds when they hit you. You deal 30% increased damage to stunned enemies. A lot of hit them while they're down abilities here. Bloodbath Aspect. Blood Surge's Nova echoes again after a short delay, dealing 60% less damage. Blood Lance deals 15% increased damage to its primary target per lanced target. Aspect of the Bursting Bones. When a segment of bone prison is destroyed or expired, it deals a blank amount of damage in an area around itself. You deal 30% increased shadow damage to enemies inflicted by both Decrepify and Iron Maiden. Each target hit along Sever's path increases the scythe's damage by 6% up to 30%. Aspect of the Possessed Blood. When you pick a 5 blood orbs up, a free bone spirit is spawned, dealing bonus damage based on your current life percent. Interesting. A free bone spirit. What's up, Lantern Prime? Thanks for the follow, man. You should hop over on YouTube and give me a follow over here, too. Aspect of Reanimation. Your skeletons gain increased damage while alive, up to 20% after 10 seconds. Your sacrifice bonuses are increased by 15%. Bone Spirit deals increased damage based on distance traveled, up to 15%. So again, another one that has to do with being far away or close to the target. So there's two different aspects of the Necromancer here. They're giving you benefits for being like a back range bomber kind of a character, and then they're also giving you benefits for being a close-up character. This one specifically is going to give you more damage the further away the Bone Spirit has to, the further the Bone Spirit has to travel. So if you're really far away when you cast it, it's going to get more damage. I mainly do a lot of PC Lantern, but I also do Nintendo Switch. Unyielding Commander's Aspect. While the Army of the Dead is active, your minion gains 70% attack speed and takes a 90% reduced damage. Some of these we've already seen. Blood Orbs reduce your ultimate cooldown by 0.5 seconds. After Decompose spawns a corpse, gain 10 essence. Hulking Aspect. Each time your golem damages an enemy, its active cooldown is reduced by 1 second. Aspect of the Potent Blood. While at full life, blood orbs grant 10 essence. Requiem Aspect. You gain 3 maximum essence per active minion. There's some interesting ones here. Like this one would definitely be nice for a Summon Mancer. Give you a whole bunch of extra essence to use. You have like 7 or 8 minions, that's a pretty decent amount of extra essence. Aspect of the Shared Misery. We already saw that one. Aspect of Torment. Critical strikes with bone skills increase your essence regeneration by 20% for 4 seconds. Torturous Aspect. Enemies afflicted by your Iron Maiden have a 15% chance to be stunned for 1 second when they deal direct damage. Aspect of the Void. Blighted, defiled areas when spawned pulls in enemies around the affected area. So that's like a pull-in effect, similar to the Barbarians one that we saw earlier. So, having the defiled area, it's going to pull them into the defiled area, and it's going to make them, obviously stay in it longer. It's kind of interesting. And then these two we already saw in the last one. All right, so let's see what we've got for the next class here. I'm going to take a look and see. So you guys, I got 1 rogue, I got 1 druid, I got 2 rogue, I got 2 druid, that's a tie, I got 1 sorc. Two druid and 2 rogue. Which one are we gonna go with? You guys didn't make it. You guys aren't making this easy on me. Come on now. I guess let's go with the Druid, since we got 2 Druids. Oh, wait, no, we got another Rogue. We got another Rogue. The Rogue is winning. Even though he spelled it wrong. Even though he spelled it wrong. Alright, so now we're on the Rogues tree. I'm hungry. I need a donut. 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 Cody said, I like donut. If you got donuts to spare, I am the donut trash can. You can take the donut and put it directly into the hole, and I will dispose of it for you, sir. At no cost. No cost whatsoever. I will dispose of it for you, sir. Just please place it here in the gob. All right, now that I've had my donut. So the basic skill tree. Powdered donuts always get everywhere. We've got first passive is Puncture. Generate combo point 1. Oh, combo point. So great. Throws blades a short distance, dealing 27% damage. Every third cast slows enemies by 20% for 2 seconds. Critical strike will always slow. Gain 2 energy when Puncture damages a crowd-controlled enemy. Puncture now throws 3 blades in a spread, each dealing 35% of its base damage. Hitting an enemy with at least 2 blades at once makes them vulnerable for 2 seconds. Every third cast of Puncture will also ricochet up to 2 times, and critical strikes will always ricochet. Heart Seeker. Generate combo point 1. Fire an arrow that seeks an enemy, dealing 28% damage and increasing your critical strike chance against them by 3% for 4 seconds, up to 15%. When Heart Seeker critically strikes, gain 8% attack speed increase for 4 seconds, double this amount if the enemy is vulnerable. Heart Seeker also increases the critical strike damage the enemy takes by 5% for 4 seconds, up to 25%. Primary Heart Seeker. Heart Seeker ricochets to an additional enemy, dealing 30% of its original damage. Blade Shift. Physical. Generate combo point 1. Quickly stab your victim for 19% damage and shift, allowing you to move freely through enemies for 3 seconds. Sounds like it allows you to just like become incorporeal for 3 seconds. So like it doesn't matter how the monsters are standing. It's definitely a like a movement or like maybe even an escape ability. Enhanced Blade Shift. Damaging an enemy with Blade Shift grants 5% movement speed, while Blade Shift is active, up to 20%. Moving through enemies while Blade Shift is active refreshes its duration. After moving through 5 enemies, your next Blade Shift will immobilize enemies for 2 seconds. While Blade Shift is active, you can gain 15% to all non-physical resistance and reduce the duration of control impairing effects by 20%. Why does it seem like Fade? It kind of seems like Fade. Invigorating Strike. Generate combo point 1. Melee attack an enemy, dealing 29% damage and increasing energy regeneration by 20% for 3 seconds. Damaging a crowd-controlled or injured enemy with invigorating strikes increases its energy regeneration bonus by 30%. Hitting an enemy, fundamental invigorating strike. Hitting an enemy with invigorating strike while you are below 50% energy makes them vulnerable for 3 seconds. Primary invigorating strike. Invigorating strike additionally grants 8% lucky hit chance. Hitting a crowd-controlled or injured enemy increases this bonus to 16% lucky hit chance. What the hell is lucky hit chance? Forceful arrow. Fire a powerful arrow at an enemy, dealing 25% damage. Every third cast makes the enemy vulnerable for 2 seconds. Every third cast of Forceful Arrow additionally has a 15% increased critical strike chance. Forceful Arrow pierces through vulnerable enemies. Forceful Arrow knocks back the enemy if they are close. If they collide with an enemy, both are knocked down for 1.5 seconds. Which now leads us to the core skills. So we have Barrage. Unleash a barrage of 5 arrows that expands outward, each dealing 26% damage. Each arrow has 20% chance to ricochet off an enemy up to 1 time. Ricochets deal 40% of the arrow's base. Combo points increase damage and arrows fired. So 31% damage with 6 arrows. 2 combo points gives you 7 arrows and a little bit of a buff. And 3 combo points gives you 8 arrows with a little bit of a buff. So kind of interesting there. Barrage's ricochet chance is increased to 100% for arrows that damage a vulnerable enemy or critically strike an enemy. Every third cast of Barrage makes the enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds with improved Barrage. Or you can get Advanced Barrage. Whenever a single cast of Barrage ricochets at least 4 times, your next cast gains 20% increased critical strike chance. Then we have some passives here. So we've got Rapid Fire, rapidly fire 5 arrows. Actually, no, that's not a passive. That's a skill. Never mind. Rapidly fire 5 arrows, each dealing 20% damage. Combo points increase the damage and arrows. So 6, 7, and 8 with some tiny bumps in damage depending on your combo points. Enhanced Rapid Fire. Each subsequent arrow from Rapid Fire has a 5% increased critical strike chance, up to 25% for the 5th arrow. Gain 15% energy per cast for Rapid Fire when it damages a vulnerable enemy, or Rapid Fire deals 30% increased critical strike damage for 3 seconds after you evade. It definitely seems like there is a melee side to this character and a range side to this character. And I'm not really sure if you can combine them both together effectively and still do decent damage, but it definitely seems like there is a kind of like a split right down the center between this character. One way is almost completely ranged, and the other way is almost completely melee. And I'm assuming there are probably some combinations of the two, but it definitely seems like we have kind of like almost like a rogue character. The rogue character is kind of like an Amazon, like squashed together with a thief. Passive here, we've got Stutter Step. Critically striking an enemy grants a 5% movement speed bonus for 4 seconds. You can stack that up to 3 times, of course, so you can get, what, 15% over 4 seconds. And then we have Penetrating Shot. Fire an arrow that pierces through all enemies in a straight line, dealing 89% damage, which seems pretty good. Combo points increase the damage and grant a chance to knock down for 1.5 seconds. So up to a 30% chance to knock down targets with 169% damage with 3 combo points. Penetrating Shot can deal out 20% increased damage per enemy it pierces with Enhanced Penetrating Shot. Improved Penetrating Shot. If Penetrating Shot damages at least 3 enemies, your Penetrating Shot has a 20% increased critical chance when your next shot. Advanced Penetrating Shot. When cast with full energy, Penetrating Shot will slow all enemies it hits by 50% for 3 seconds. Elite enemies will also be knocked down for 1.5 seconds. Then we got some physical abilities here, some more melee stuff. Flurry physical. Unleash a flurry of stabs and slashes, dealing 76% damage to enemies in front of you. And it is also affected by combat points. Increases the damage and grants a 30% bonus to your attack speed. It also ups the damage and increases the duration. With 3 combat points, it lasts for 4.5 seconds longer. Interesting. Enhanced flurry. Each time flurry damages a crowd-controlled or vulnerable enemy, you are healed for 1% of your maximum life, up to 12% per cast. I'm seeing a whole lot of if it damages a crowd-controlled or vulnerable enemy within these trees. So it seems like this character is very heavily based around CC, which almost makes me think that it's a freaking burglar from Lord of the Rings Online, who was like in love with crowd control effects. We have evading through an enemy causes your next flurry to stun for 2.5 seconds, or if flurries hit a vulnerable enemy, it will make all enemies hit by that cast vulnerable for 3 seconds. Again, we just got constant like hit them while they're down abilities here, which, you know, makes sense because obviously this is a kind of like a thief kind of a class, right? And that's kind of what they're going for. Twisting blades. Impale an enemy with your blades, dealing 57% damage and making them take 8% increased damage while impaled. After 1.5 seconds, the blades return to you, piercing enemies for 74% of damage. And combo points will increase the movement speed bonus that you get and the damage output, where 3 combo points will give you 83 and 60. Twisting blades deals 30% increased damage when returning. Enemies are immobilized while impaled with twisting blades, or when your twisting blades return to you, gain 10% cooldown reduction per enemy they pass through for 5 seconds, up to a total of 30%. And that takes us to the agility tree. Let's start with the passive. So we have a weapon mastery passive. Gains a bonus when attacking based on weapon type. Daggers, 5% increased damage to healthy enemies. Swords, increased damage of 3%. Bows, 4% increased damage to vulnerable enemies. And crossbows, 5% increased critical strike damage. So that's kind of interesting. That actually is very interesting. So it puts a bonus directly on the weapon that you're choosing to fight with. And depending on which weapon you're choosing, you know, you're getting a very specific effect. Like if you're going to be attacking the vulnerable enemies a lot, like if you're doing a vulnerable build, it looks like the bows with the 4% increased damage to vulnerable enemies is probably your best bet there, because that's 4 times 3, so you end up with 12. The raw damage output, like if you're not going for the vulnerable effects and you're just going for raw damage output, the swords give you a flat 3%, so 3, 6, 9 for that. And then daggers seem to be more for like a stealth class, because obviously with stealth classes you tend not to get hit a lot because you're usually hidden or you know, like moving in a way that is, you know, makes you not targetable. So you tend to be hitting monsters that are healthy a lot of the times, you know, sneaking up on them and ripping them to shreds. So like, you know, you got like the whole, what was that, 15% increased damage for daggers. And then crossbows seem to just be about like raw damage output, because you get 5% increased critical strike damage, which is 15% total there. I don't know. That's rather interesting. Dash physical. Dash forward and slash enemies for 47% damage. Enemies damaged by dash take 20% increased critical strike damage for 5 seconds. Discipline dash slows enemies. It hits by 30% for 3 seconds. Any enemy already slowed will be stunned for 2 seconds instead. Methodical dash. Dealing damage to crowd-controlled enemies with dash reduces its charge cooldown by 5 seconds, up to 3 seconds per cast. So this is a movement ability, but it's also a movement ability that damages things, so it'll come in handy, both to save your life and also to catch monsters or catch players in PvP. Concussive. After knocking back or knocking down an enemy, you gain a 5% increased critical strike chance against them for 3 seconds. Caltrops. Physical. Charges 2. Leap backwards and throw caltrops on the ground, dealing 38% damage and slowing enemies by 50%, last 6 seconds. Have you guys ever seen what a caltrop looks like? Just for those of you who may not know what a caltrop is, let me give you a quick doojankery. That's right, I said doojankery. I'm going to give you a quick doojankery on what a caltrop is so you guys actually know what the hell's going on here. A caltrop is like an ancient device that was used to slow people down. It looks like this. They're basically made out of metal, and they're set up so that no matter which way they land, no matter which way they fall on the ground, one side will always be pointing up. Sometimes they're small, sometimes they're big, sometimes they're meant to slow you down just a little bit, sometimes they're meant to stab through your foot entirely and cause you severe and horrible pain. It really depends on what size they are. Sometimes that you would have them in like various sizes. Sometimes 10 or 20 of them would fit in your hand, and other times, they would be much larger. It really depends on what you were trying to do with them specifically. These are obviously older ones, and they have different like spike shapes and patterns and whatnot. But basically, you're just throwing a whole bunch of these little metal things on the ground, and obviously when the monsters or whatever it is trying to walk through them, they end up stepping on them and hurting their feet, or it slows them down tremendously because they have to walk around them. They have to take a little bit of precaution essentially, so they don't step on them. And you leap backwards, of course, because you want to gain a little bit of distance between you and the monster that you're throwing the caltrops at, because you don't want him to just, like, throw directly at his feet. You need him to walk through them. Apparently they last 6 seconds and slow enemies down by 50% during the time period. Enemies take 3% increased damage from all sources each second that they are standing within the caltrops. That's kind of nice. Caltrops now deal cold damage and chills enemy for 20 seconds, so now they're enchanted caltrops. You have a 5% increased critical strike chance against enemies inside your caltrops, double this amount against a vulnerable enemy. And we also have some more passives over here. So we've got Rugged, gain 5% damage reduction against damage over time effects. That one's actually kind of cool for PvP, like would help you against the Bleed Barbarian. Reactive Defense, 4.5% damage reduction while inflicted with control impairing effects. So we've got two things here that are absolutely excellent for situations where you're going to find yourself in, stuns, vulnerable, like maybe you're I don't know, there's like 100 knockdown. There's a bunch of different things apparently in this game that have to do with like crowd control. So like you've got two things here that are going to defend you in PvP. These are like almost strictly PvP bonuses. I mean, granted, they could be useful in PvE as well, but like when you're in PvP and you're getting knocked down all the time, people are trying to CC you, stun you. They're trying to put their bleeds on you and all that other stuff. Being able to reduce the time, or being able to increase your damage reduction while under those effects, and being able to reduce the overall damage of bleeds is a pretty powerful thing in PvP. And this takes us to the Subterfuge tree. The Subterfuge tree has Smoke Grenade. Throw a smoking concoction at enemies that dazes them for 4 seconds. Enhanced Smoke Grenade, and enemies affected by Smoke Grenade take 15% increased damage. Countering Smoke Grenade. Dealing direct damage to enemies affected by Smoke Grenade has up to a 25% chance to reduce its cooldown by 1 second or by 2 seconds instead of the enemy is vulnerable. Subverting Smoke Grenade. If an enemy is vulnerable, slowed, or immobilized, Smoke Grenade dazes them for 20% longer. Dark Shroud. Surround yourself with up to 5 protective shadows, gaining a 8% damage reduction per active shadow. Each time you take direct damage, that damage is reduced and the shadow is consumed. Hey, look, it's Utsutsemi from Final Fantasy XI. Let me cast my Utsutsemi, guys. Get your little shadow clones around you like freaking Naruto, and then literally every time you get hit, one shadow clone is absorbed. Cody, leave the chinchillas alone. They don't want to play with you. You're too big. You've been mean to them. Always have to yell at him, and he doesn't listen. Concealment. Vanish from sight, gaining stealth for 4 seconds. During concealment, you additionally become unstoppable, gaining 25% movement speed, and can move through enemies freely. Using an attack skill during concealment will break concealment. You gain 40 energy when you enter concealment. The skill that breaks concealment makes enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds. The skill that breaks concealment will always be a guaranteed critical strike. So we already have a whole lot going on here stealth-wise with this character, I can already tell you. So like right off the bat, we have Blade Shift, which allows you to move through enemies freely for 3 seconds, right? Then we also have the Smoke Grenade, which dazes enemies for 4 seconds. And then we have the Dark Shroud, which causes you to essentially have a massive amount of damage reduction during the time when those shadows are active. And the shadows also have a 10% chance to not be consumed, apparently. You also gain movement speed while you're in this, the buff, if you want to set it up that way. Then we also have Concealment, which is literally the ability to make your character disappear. And during this time period, you get movement speed bonuses, and you can move through monsters freely. And then on top of that, we also have a what is called a sneak attack, right? Just like in Final Fantasy XI with the Thief, we have a sneak attack. So sneak attack is giving you some effects. So the attack that breaks concealment. So basically what it's saying is that as soon as you attack from concealment, this attack from concealment will either do one of two things. It will either guarantee you a critical strike on the target, or it will cause the target to be vulnerable for 3 seconds. So you can choose between making the target vulnerable, which I'm assuming obviously increases the damage output on that target, or having that ability that you break the concealment with always being a crit, and guaranteed crit means a lot of damage. And then over here we have Exploit, deal 6% increased damage to healthy and injured enemies. You deal 3% increased damage to vulnerable enemies, Malice. So again, that would come into line with making the enemy vulnerable, right? Then we have Agile, using a cooldown increases your dodge chance by 3% for 2 seconds. He never learns. I'll literally yell at him to leave the chinchillas alone, and he'll be back over there 10 seconds later. Literally 10 seconds. That's all it buys me. When I yell at him, he comes over here, he sits around for 10 seconds, and then immediately when he realizes I'm not paying attention to him, he walks right back over there, and he starts messing with the chinchillas again. He never, ever, ever learns. Never learns. You know the theory, you can't teach a dog new tricks. You can't... old dog new tricks. You can't teach a young dog new tricks either. He just does what he wants to do. This is him. This is the bad boy right here. That's right. Make your weird monster noises. Monster. I'm gonna rat-a-tat on your nose. How about that? Leave the chinchillas alone, buddy. Buddy. They don't want to play with you. You're too big. You're way too big. Alright, then we got Poison Trap. Place a trap that arms after 1.25 seconds, so it doesn't arm immediately. That's interesting. It activates when an enemy moves within range, applying 435% poisoning damage over 9 seconds to enemies in the area. Poison Trap immobilizes enemies for 2 seconds when it activates. Subverting Poison Trap. Enemies take 10% increased poisoning damage while standing in the Poison Trap. Countering Poison Trap. Poison Trap has a 20% chance to reset your imbuement skill cooldowns when activated. And that brings us to the imbuements tree. And that starts us off with a passive effect. So we have potency. Your imbuement skill effects have a 10% increased potency. Cooldowns of your imbuement skills are reduced by 5%, or imbued skills gain a 5% increased critical strike chance. Trick attacks. That's funny, because in Final Fantasy XI it was sneak attack and trick attack. Up to 5% chance to apply a random equipped imbuement skill effect when dealing direct damage. Cold imbuement. Imbue your weapons with the frigid energies. Your next 2 imbuable skills deal cold damage and chill enemies for up to 50%. Cold imbued skills deal 15% damage to crowd-controlled enemies. Cold imbued skills have up to 30% chance to make enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds. It sounds kind of like enchant in Diablo 2, but instead of fire, it's cold. Cold imbued skills deal 30% increased damage to frozen enemies. Critical strikes with cold imbued skills have a 20% chance to instantly freeze enemies for 3 seconds. Frigid finesse. That's a passive. You deal 5% increased damage to chilled enemies. This bonus increases to 10% against frozen enemies. Again, seems to go with the cold imbuement. Chilling weight. Chilled enemies have their movement speed further reduced by up to 10%. Shadow crash. Shadow damage has up to a 10% chance to stun for 0.5 seconds. Each time you kill an enemy with shadow damage, you generate 10 energy. Shadow imbuement. So this is also goes along with the shadow skills. So you can imbue your weapons by festering with festering shadows. Your next 2 imbuable skills deal shadow damage and infect enemies, such as that they will explode up to 39% on death. Direct damage to infected enemies deals an additional 4% shadow damage. Critically striking an enemy infected by shadow damage, shadow imbuement has up to a 30% chance to create a mini explosion, dealing 14% shadow damage to them and surrounding enemies. Enemies damaged by shadow imbued skills take a 12% increased non-physical damage for 8 seconds. Shadow imbuement's primary explosion makes enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds. So we've got a chilling cold imbuement, and then we've got a cold passives. We've got a shadow imbuement, and we've got shadow passives, right? And then over here we've got poison imbuement. Imbue your weapons with lethal poison. Your next 2 imbuable skills deal poison damage and apply up to 105 poisoning damage over 5 seconds. Poison imbuement's poisoning duration is increased by 1 second. Poison imbued skills have up to a 30% chance to apply double amount of poisoning damage over time. Critical strike with poison imbued skills deal 30% increased poisoning damage. And then I'm assuming, without even looking, this is the poison passives. Yep, you deal 3% increased poisoning damage. You gain 1% increased attack speed for each enemy you've poisoned, up to 15%. Poisoning enemies deals 5% less damage. So this is rather interesting, because what this is this is a choice between element types. So you can choose to imbue your weapons with a specific element. You could go with a poison element, a shadow element, or a cold element. And in the process, you can, of course, beef up that element specifically. And then we also have very specifically, we have passives that can increase the way that the imbuement works, how long the potency is, all that sorts of stuff, the cooldown for the imbuement skills. So, like, if you wanted to be a cold rogue or a shadow rogue or a poison rogue, this is basically where you would make this choice. And you could also potentially maybe even not do one of these. I don't know. Like, I think you're kind of like forced into spending at least some points into one of these ability. Which means it doesn't really matter, because the way the tree is constructed, you're going to have to probably put like at least a couple points in. So, like, just to give you an idea, like, let me just go ahead and grab a couple abilities here. So let's just put some points in, put some points over here, and then throw some points in here. So to get to the next part of the tree, I have to at least spend, what, 1, 2, 3. I've got to at least spend 3 points into one of these. So I'm going to have to choose one of them. Not exactly sure which one that you could choose. Like, say if you didn't want to do any of these, I mean, there's probably like a way you could just throw 3 points in something and try and make it work. I don't know. But that moves us along to the ultimate tree. So let's take a look at the ultimates, shall we? So we've got Shadow Clone. Oh, I was even joking about Shadow Clones. Shadow Clone no Jutsu! Well, the thing about the passives is they're specifically beefing up the poison, right? So, like, if you're not dishing out any poison damage anywhere else, then you wouldn't want to put points into the passive that increases poison damage. If you're not dishing out shadow damage, you wouldn't want to put points into the shadow damage thing. And if you're not dishing out cold damage, you wouldn't want to put points into the cold damage tree either. So, like, it kind of comes down to picking an element and investing in that element. And if you haven't picked an element and you're not looking at a way to dish out elemental damage in that way, then all of this is kind of useless. Okay, so you can spend points in this previous tree, which will unlock the next doojank. I see what you're saying. Okay. So you can potentially just simply bypass the entire imbuement tree if you wanted. I gotcha. All right, so Shadow Clone, your shadow mimics your actions for 15 seconds and deals 60% of your total damage. You're unstoppable for 5 seconds after casting the Shadow Clone, so sounds like a 5-second, like, hey, you can't kill me. That's actually kind of cool. Your Shadow Clone deals an additional 20% of your damage, which brings them up to a total of 80. So he's doing 80% of your total damage, which isn't bad. Depends on how smart he is and what abilities he uses, right? We've got a passive here, a Trap Mastery. When a Poison Trap or a Death Trap activates, you gain a 4% increased critical strike against vulnerable or crowd-controlled enemies for 4 seconds. Aftermath, another passive. After using an ultimate skill, restore 25 energy, which I'm assuming you can beef up 3 times for a total of 75 energy. Death Trap. This is the one that was talking about up here. Place a trap that arms after 1.25 seconds. It activates when an enemy moves within range, dealing 316% damage to enemies in the area. Sounds very similar to the corpse explosion trap that the assassin has. Why does it seem like the rogue is just like some sort of squashed together character of like an Amazon and an assassin? Like, it's like somebody took an assassin and took an Amazon and just like loaded them into cannons and then like fired them at each other and just like squished them together into one character. And that's what we're looking at, is like some sort of combined Amazon assassin. Enemies are pulled into the death trap when it activates. So she's got a suck in. Looks like all the characters have a suck in ability so far. Supreme Death Trap. If Death Trap kills an enemy, its cooldown is reduced by 10 seconds. Innervation. Am I saying that right? Up to 10% chance to gain 8 energy. Oh, thanks for the subscription, Doug. Appreciate it. What's up, Tomac? How's it going, man? I could have had some music playing this whole time. I know I've been talking, but like, I probably should have had some music playing this whole time. Let me get some music playing because we still got a lot more to do. It's not too late. I got some lo-fi I can put in the background while we're having some fun here. I got some lo-fi. Doo doo doo. I got some lo-fi. Where's my playlist at? Where the hell's my curated playlist? I literally had a whole playlist that I made specifically for myself. Why is my playlist gone? Oh, there it is. My playlist. There we go. Now we got a little bit of music in the background, right? Alright, Adrenaline Rush. While moving, you gain 5% increased energy regeneration. Impetus. That's a... I'm noticing that I think some of these are, like, utilized for religious stuff. Impetus. Impetus is a religious word. After moving 15 meters, your next attack deals 7% increased damage. While at or above 50% maximum energy, gain a 5% increased movement speed. While below 50% maximum energy, gain a 5% increased attack speed. Did I go over these, by the way? Second Wind. Every 100 energy you spend grants you 5% increased lucky hit chance for 5 seconds. Alchemist's Fortune. Non-physical damage you deal has a 5% increased lucky hit chance. Lucky hit chance. I don't know what the hell that is, but I guess we'll find out eventually. Rain of Arrows. Physical. It's an ultimate. Cooldown 60 seconds. Lucky hit chance 20%. Arrows rain down over a large area 2 times. Each wave dealing 126% damage. You shaved off all your hair, Comac? I shaved off some of my hair on the sides. This is all still here, but I shaved off my sides. Imbuement skill affects applied rain of arrows. Oh, that's kind of interesting. So if you have Rain of Arrows and you want to have, like, you know, maybe you're running one of the imbuements like Shadow, Poison, or Cold, you can grab this and it will add the imbuement effect to Rain of Arrows. So that's pretty cool. Rain of Arrows second wave knocks down enemies for 3 seconds. That seems pretty powerful. It's on a 60-second cooldown, of course, so it's not going to be super duper duper useful all the time, but it seems like a pretty sweet little ability there. I think that's pretty much it for the ultimate tree, right? Yeah. So let's move on to the capstones. So these are the capstone abilities. We've got momentum. Melee skills grant a stack of momentum for 8 seconds if they either hit a stunned, immobilized, or frozen enemy, hit any enemy from behind. While at 3 stacks of momentum, you gain 20% increased damage reduction, 30% increased energy regeneration, and 15% increased attack speed. We got to 69 likes and you missed it? Oh no, everybody hit the downvote button. Start over. Start over, guys. Start over. This one seems to be specifically for melee, and also, from what I'm seeing here, it also specifically seems to be for a stealth character. Hit an enemy from behind, hit an enemy that's stunned, hit an enemy that's immobilized, hit an enemy that's frozen. All of this has to do with a character that's trying to gain or hit or attack, basically, you know, when they are not paying attention to you. And so that's definitely more of like a stealth character thing. Close quarters combat. Damaging a close enemy with ranged or melee skills. Each grant a 5% attack speed bonus for 8 seconds. While both attack speed bonuses are active, you gain lucky hit. Dealing direct damage to a crowd control enemy has a 75% to generate 10 energy and deal 15% increased damage. So this one seems more like a fighter. So whereas this one is the stealth class ability, this one seems more like somebody who's in there and fighting and just having a good time. So like your general melee character. Precision. Critical strikes with ranged skills grant you precision. You gain 4% increased critical strike damage per stack of precision, up to a maximum of 20%. When you reach maximum precision, your next ranged skill is guaranteed critical strike. It deals 40% increased critical strike damage, and then consumes all stacks of precision. So this is obviously very specifically for a ranged character. So this one wouldn't be something that you would choose if you're going to do like the melee skills specifically. Victimize. Lucky hit. Dealing direct damage to a vulnerable enemy has up to a 30% chance to cause an explosion, dealing 23% of the original damage to them around enemies. That sounds kind of fun. Almost like a exploding palm kind of thing from like the monk in Diablo 3. Exposure. Dealing direct damage to an enemy affected by a trap skill has up to 35% chance to reduce the active cooldowns of your trap skills by 25%, and drop a cluster of stun grenades that explode and deal 40% total physical damage and stun enemies for 0.25 seconds. So this one seems to be the trap tree capstone. Rather interesting. All right, let's take a look over here, see if there's anything specific that is, to the rogue. So we've got, that one is a generic. Access of the siphoned protection, damaging a vulnerable enemy with a core skill. That one's generic. Gain a dark shroud of shadow every 3 seconds when standing still, enshrouding aspect. Each dark shroud grants 2% increased damage reduction. Cheats aspect. You take 15% less damage from crowd control enemies whenever a crowd control enemy deals direct damage to you. Gain 15% movement speed bonus for 2 seconds. Aspect of the uncanny resilience. Whenever you trigger a lucky hit, gain a 5% increased damage reduction for 5 seconds up to a maximum of 15% damage reduction. Offensive. See if we got any interesting ones here for her specifically. It looks like there are a lot of generic ones, but aspect of the arrow storms. Lucky hit. Your range skills have up to a 10% chance to create a shadow. And I just totally lost what I was doing because Cody's over there messing with the chinchillas again. Leave them alone. Why are you so interested in what they're doing? They're this big. Got something stuck in my throat. Where was I at? I don't even remember now. Dang it, Cody. Your range skills have a 10% chance to create an arrow storm at the target's present location, dealing blank physical damage over 3 seconds. You can have up to 5 active arrow storms. Distant enemies have a 15% chance to be stunned. Blast Trappers aspect. Dealing direct damage to enemies by your trap skills has up to a 30% chance to make them vulnerable for 3 seconds. So that's an interesting one for a trapper. Like I said, it looks like they shoved together the Amazon and the Assassin like into one class. Aspect of the branching volleys. Barrage arrows have a 15% chance to split into 2 arrows whenever they ricochet. Aspect of corruption. Your imbuement skills have a 20% increased potency against vulnerable enemies. Aspect of the encircling blades. Flurry damage enemies in a circle around you, deals 8% increased damage. Opportunists aspect. When you break concealment, you drop a cluster of stun grenades around your location that explode, dealing blank total physical damage and stunning enemies for 0.25 seconds. Shadow Slicer aspect. When you cast Dash, a shadow clone is spawned at your location that also casts Dash, dealing 25% of the base damage. Aspect of the Sleeting Imbuements. Your rain of arrows is always affected by all imbuement skills at once. Wow, that seems super powerful. It's going to poison, shadow, and ice at the same time. Wow. Trickster's aspect. Caltrops also throw a cluster of stun grenades that explode and deal total damage, physical damage, and stun enemies. They got a lot of stun grenades going on in here. Aspect of the unstable imbuements. Casting a skill that is imbued creates an explosion around you, dealing blank damage of the same type. Vengeful aspect. Making an enemy vulnerable has up to a 30% chance to grant 3% critical strike chance for 3 seconds, up to 9%. Aspect of the volatile blades. Twisting blades cause an explosion when they return to you, dealing blank damage and additional blank damage based on the distance the blades travel, up to 5 meters, and blank total damage. Aspect of the volatile shadows. When a dark shroud shadow would be removed, it explodes instead, dealing blank shadow damage around you in a circle. Let's see if there's any other here that have to do with her specifically. Aspect of the explosive verve. Your grenade skills count as trap skills. Whenever you arm a trap or drop grenades, you gain a plus 10% increased movement speed for 3 seconds. Alright, so we had a lot of interested in the Druid, so we'll do the Druid next. And then I guess last is going to be the Sorceress. Druid. The Druid. So the Druid has something called Spirit Boons. The boons of the Spirit. The Spirit Boons. Take a look at all my boons. I got tons of boons. Got the deer and the prickle skin. And the gift of the stag. Coming down with the wariness. And advantage beasts. Gonna look at my eagles and my scythe talons and tickle you with an iron feather. I'm just messing with you guys. So Spirit Boons, I have no clue what they are, but I'm assuming they do something, right? The deer. Specializing in this spirit type will allow you to allocate 2 boons instead of only 1. Okay. Prickle Skin. Gain 796 thorns. Gift of the Stag. Gain a maximum spirit of 10. Weariness. Takes 10% reduced damage from elites. Advantageous Beast. Reduce the duration of incoming crowd control effects by 15%. Eagle. Specializing in this type of spirit will allow you to allocate 2 boons instead of only 1. What? So I could choose deer and eagle, and then I have 4 boons? Scythe Talons. 5% critical strike chance. Iron Feather, 10% maximum health. Swooping attacks, 10% attack speed. Avian Wrath, 30% increased critical strike damage. Wolf. Specializing in this spirit type allows you to allocate 2 boons instead of 1. I'm assuming that it must be like a category, maybe? Like, this is the eagle category, right? This is the deer category. This is the wolf category. That's what it seems like to me, off just from what I'm gathering here. So, like, see how the wolf has different boons, like the Pack Leader, Energize, Bolster, Calamity. These are all specifically, associated with the wolf. The snake has Obsidian Slam, Overload, Masochist, and Calm Before the Storm. They're all specifically with the snake. You know, Eagle has the Scythe Talons, the Iron Feather, the Swooping Attacks, the Avian Wrath. It's all Eagle-based. So my assumption here is that if you choose a specific boon, you're choosing the boon, and then you're choosing the boons within them, right? So, like, if you choose the Eagle, you would choose 2 Eagle boons. So Wolf is lucky hit. Critical strikes have a 20% chance to reset the cooldowns of your companion skills. Energize, dealing damage, has a 15% chance to restore 10 spirit. Bolster, fortify 10% of your maximum life when you use a defensive skill. And then Calamity, extend the duration of ultimate skills by 25%. Snake Tree has Obsidian Slam. Earth skills have a 15% chance to stun enemies for a blank number of seconds. If the target is already stunned and is not a boss, they overpower the target instead. Overload, lightning damage has up to 20% chance to cause a target to emit a static discharge, dealing 63.53% damage to surrounding enemies. Masochist. Critical strikes with shape-shifting skills heal you for 3% of your maximum life. Calm before the storm. Lucky hit. Nature magic skills have up to a 15% chance to reduce the cooldowns of your ultimate skill by 2 seconds. Alright, let's hop into this tree, shall we? So starting off with the basic skills, we have Wind Shear, physical. Conjure a piercing blade of wind, dealing 17.85% damage. Enhanced Wind Shear. Wind Shear has a 35% chance to make enemies vulnerable for 4 seconds. Fierce Wind Shear. Each enemy hit by Wind Shear increases your movement speed by 5% for 3 seconds, up to 20%. Or you can choose Wild Wind Shear. Wind Shear grants blank additional spirit for each enemy hit beyond the first. Next is Storm Strike. Lightning generates 15 spirit. Electricity gathers around your weapon, dealing 28.35% damage to your target. And Chain Lightning to up to blank surrounding enemies, dealing +% less damage each time it chains. Dealing damage with Storm Strike reduces your damage taken by 25% for 3 seconds, so it's also a defensive ability. Enhanced Storm Strike. Storm Strike has a blank % chance to immobilize all enemies for blank seconds. Fierce Storm Strike. Storm Strike has a 50% chance to make enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds. Wild Storm Strike. Storm Strike chains to additional targets. Then we have Claw, physical. Shapeshift into a werewolf and claw at an enemy for 21% damage. Generates 9 spirit. Claw's attack speed is increased by 10% with the enhanced claw. Fierce Claw will poison enemies for 10.5% damage over 3 seconds. And Wild Claw increases the crit strike and deals 15% increased critical strike damage. That's interesting. So you can get a lot of crits out of your claw attack. Maul, which sounds very similar to the Beard's Maul in Diablo II. Shapeshift into a werebear and maul enemies in front of you, dealing 21% damage. If an enemy is hit by Maul, then fortify for 0.64% base life. Increases the range and radius of Maul by 4%. Maul has a 15% chance to knock enemies down for 2 seconds. So interesting, kind of like choices there. Earth Spike. Sunder the Earth, impaling the first enemy you hit for 16.8% damage. Earth Spike has a 10% chance to stun for 2.5 seconds. Sounds very similar to Shockwave. Stun a second Earth Spike when hitting an immobilized or stunned enemy. Fortify for 0.96 of your base life whenever Earth Spike damages enemies who are stunned, immobilized, or knocked down. So not only does it have the ability to stun monsters, but it also can hit multiple monsters and stun them multiple times if you want to set it up that way. Sounds very similar to Shockwave. Moving on to the spirit part of the tree here. So for the spirit part of the tree, we have starting out Landslide. Crush enemies between 3 pillars of earth, dealing up to 78.75% damage. Enemies hit by all 3 landslide pillars have a 25% chance to be immobilized for 3 seconds by the final hit. For 2 seconds after landslide is cast, the spirit cost is reduced by 10 seconds with Raging Landslide, or you can choose Primal Landslide. Landslide is a 10% increased critical chance. Deals 30% increased critical strike damage against enemies who are stunned and immobilized or knocked back. Heart of the Wild. It's a passive. Maximum spirit is increased by 3, which you can, of course, do 3 times for a total of 9. Wild Impulses. Your core skills cost 5% more spirit, but deal 10% increased damage. Basic skills generate 5% more spirit, so you could do either one of these. So they're both actually kind of nice. Basic skills generate 5% more spirit. Sounds pretty powerful. Pulverize. Shapeshift into a werebear and slam the ground, dealing 52.5% damage to surrounding enemies. Pulverize deals 20% increased bonus damage when hitting 2 or more enemies, so they're encouraging you to do that in large groups as opposed to a single target. Enemies hit with Pulverize deal 15% reduced damage for 4 seconds with Primal Pulverize, or you can get Raging Pulverize, which has a 20% chance to immobilize all enemies hit for 3 seconds. It's pretty powerful there. Shred. Physical. Shapeshift into a werewolf and perform a 3-combo attack. First attack dashes forward towards the target, dealing a percentage of damage. Second attack deals more damage, and then the third attack performs a larger finishing move, dealing another percentage of damage. So it's a little 3-hit combo. Shred gains a bonus attack speed, heals for 2% maximum life if an enemy is struck. And then you can choose between Raging Shred. Shred's third combo attack is larger and applies a potent poison to enemies hit, dealing an additional blank damage over a certain number of seconds. Or you can choose Primal Shred. Shred's second combo attack also performs a dash. In addition, Shred's critical strike chance is increased by blank % for the first 2 combo attacks. Predatory Instinct passive. Critical strike chance against close enemies is increased by 3%. Digit Grade Gate. While in werewolf form, your movement speed is increased by 4%, and this bonus persists for 3 seconds after leaving werewolf form. Iron Fur. While in werebear form, damage reduction is increased by 3%. This bonus persists in 3 seconds after you leave werebear form. Which, of course, could also stack 3 times to 9%. And this one could stack 3 times to 12%. Lightning Storm. Conjure a growing lightning storm that deals 26.25% damage and strike and increase the number of strikes the longer it is channeled up to a maximum of 5. The size of your lightning storm is preserved for 4 seconds after channeling. Lightning Storm has an 8% chance to immobilize enemies for 3 seconds, or you could choose Raging Lightning Storm, which gains an additional 1 lightning strike. And then we have Tornado, physical damage. Of course, that's from Diablo 2. Conjure a swirling tornado that deals 105% damage. Each time you cast Tornado, you have a 20% chance to spawn an additional tornado. You can also choose from Raging Tornado. Each time an enemy is damaged by a tornado, they take 5% increased damage from tornado for 3 seconds, stacking up to 15%. Or Primal Tornado. Enemies damaged by tornado are slowed by 8% for 3 seconds, stacking up to blank percentage. Nothing not actually written there. And that brings us to the next part of the tree, which is the defensive tree. The defensive tree probably has a lot of defensive abilities. Ooh, what do you know? Do I have a donut left? I do have a donut left. I've got one non-powdered, non-chocolated, just plain donut with nothing on it. The plainest of donuts. Alright, so we got Cyclone Armor. Cooldown 15 seconds. Passive powerful winds surround you, granting 20% non-physical damage reduction. Active, the winds rapidly expand, knocking back enemies and dealing 15.75 damage. So not quite the same as Diablo 2's, but it is giving you 20% non-physical damage reduction, which is similar. I mean, Cyclone Armor in Diablo 2 is a direct negation of any elemental damage that comes in. This is just simply giving you 20% resistance, which isn't quite the same. I wonder if when you beef it up, here, hold on. Well, it doesn't say, there's nothing increases on it or anything. Enhanced Cyclone Armor. Enemies who are knocked back by Cyclone Armor are also slowed by 40% for 3 seconds. Kind of seems like they mixed in Hurricane in here. Enemies knocked back by Cyclone Armor become vulnerable for 2 seconds. Or, every 10 seconds, Cyclone Armor intensifies, reducing the next instance of non-physical damage by an additional 40%. Interesting. So instead of just simply doing the 20%, now it's 60% elemental resistance. Because it says an additional 40, not just like 240. So 20 is the original, and then 40, and then 60. That's 60% physical or non-physical resistance, which is pretty powerful. Earthen Bulwark. Rock surrounds you for 3 seconds, granting a barrier that absorbs 10% of your base life and damage. Earthen Bulwark makes you unstoppable while active. Casting Earthen Bulwark grants 7.2% base life as Fortify, or Innate Earthen Bulwark. Upon expiration, Earthen Bulwark shatters, dealing 300% of the remaining barrier amount to surrounding enemies. Then we got some passives. Increase your non-physical resistance by blank percentage. Doesn't have anything written here. You take blank percentage reduced damage for blank seconds after using a defensive skill. Vigilance. Then we got 2 more skills here. We've got Debilitating Roar. Shapeshift into a werebear and bellow a mighty roar, reducing damage dealt of nearby enemies by 50% for 4 seconds. Debilitating Roar also fortifies your life by 8.8% of your base. Debilitating Roar also heals you for 4% of your maximum life for each second for its... Debilitating Roar also heals you for 4% of your maximum life each second for its duration. Innate Debilitating Roar. Debilitating Roar also slows enemies down for 40% during its duration, which its duration is what, 4 seconds? Blood Howl. Shapeshift into a werewolf and howl furiously, restoring 20% of your life. Enhanced Blood Howl. Kills reduce the cooldown of Blood Howl by 1 second. Blood Howl also regenerates 20 spirit, or preserving Blood Howl. Blood Howl also increases your attack speed by 15% for 4 seconds. Interesting. Which takes us now to the companion tree. Clarity. Gain 2 spirit when transforming into human form. Sounds like that's kind of set up for a person who might transform a lot back and forth between the werewolf, the bear, and the human, like all the time. Every time you transform from the human to the werewolf, and then back to the human, you're gaining spirit each time. So like if you do a lot of transformations over and over again, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, like you're going to get a lot of spirit. A passive Vine Creeper periodically emerges from the ground every 7 seconds and poisons an enemy in the area for 37.8 damage over 6 seconds. Active, vines strangle all surrounding enemies, immobilizing them for 2 seconds and poisoning them for 31.5% damage over 2 seconds on a 20-second cooldown. So, just simply having him poisons everyone. But then activating him immobilizes everything for 2 seconds and poisons them with an additional poison. The duration of the immobilization is increased by 1 second. Your chance to critically strike is increased by 20% against enemies strangled by Vine Creeper, or Vine Creeper's active poison duration is increased by 3 seconds. Nature's Reach. Deal 3% increased damage to distant enemies. Double this bonus if they are also slowed, stunned, immobilized, or knocked back. So this one is probably going to be for your non-melee fighter. Wolves. Wolvie, wolvie, wolvies. Can't you see? We like some wolves, yeah. Passive, summon 2 wolf companions that bite enemies for 8.19% damage. Active, direct the wolves to focus on an enemy, leaping to them and striking them for 36.75% damage. Enhanced wolves. Wolves deal 20% increased damage to immobilized, stunned, slowed, or poisoned enemies. Ferocious wolves deal 10% increased damage to your wolf's focused target. Brutal wolves. Your wolves' first attack against a focused enemy makes them vulnerable for 2 seconds. Call of the Wild. You deal 8% increased critical strike damage against your wolf's focused target. Ravens deal 8% increased damage to vulnerable enemies, and Vine Creeper's poison duration is increased by 8%. And then finally, we also have Ravens. Ravens, yes, Ravens. Cooldown 25 seconds. Active, the target area is swarmed with Ravens, dealing 89.25% damage over 6 seconds. Enhanced Ravens. Ravens fly above you and periodically attack your enemies for 13.85% damage every 5 seconds. Ferocious Ravens. Enemies inside the swarms of ravens, when it is activated, become vulnerable for 3 seconds. Or Brutal Ravens. 2 additional ravens appear when they periodically attack enemies. And that brings us to the Wrath part of the tree. We got a lot going on here on the Wrath part of the tree. Good lord. There's a whole nest of passives up there. Cody, you're always coming over here for something. The only thing I got left is a donut with no chocolate and no powdered nothing on it, and you can't have it. It's mine. Go eat your food. Staring at it. Literally, it's like a moth to flame. You has food? I like food. I eat your face if you don't give me food. Hurricane. Cooldown 20 seconds. Form a hurricane around you that deals 102.37% damage to surrounding enemies over 8 seconds. Enemies who are damaged by hurricane are slowed by 25% for 2 seconds. Enemies who are in the hurricane's radius have their damage reduced by 20%, or hurricanes have a 15% chance to make enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds. Boulder. Physical. Unearth a large rolling boulder that knocks back and crushes enemies, dealing 34.65% damage with each hit. Enhanced Boulder. Enemies are slowed by 30% for 2 seconds after being hit with the boulder. You can also choose between Natural Boulder. Your basic skills grant 75% bonus Spirit while damaging enemies who are knocked back by the boulder. Or the first enemy damaged by the boulder is made vulnerable for 3 seconds. We'll do the passives afterward because I think the passives have to do with the skills. We have Trample, shapeshifted to a werebear and charge forward, dealing 26.25% damage and knocking back enemies. Enemies who are knocked back into terrain take additional damage and are stunned for 3 seconds. You are unstoppable during Trample. Casting Trample costs 20 Spirit, grants 20 Spirit. Casting Trample can grant you 6% base life as Fortify. Then we have Rabies. Shapeshifted to a werewolf and perform an infectious bite. Cooldown 12 seconds. Target dealing 29.4% damage and an additional 55.65% damage over 6 seconds. Infected enemies spread rabies to other surrounded targets. Once rabies infect 4 targets, it'll deal 30% increased poison damage against all targets. The initial bite of rabies heals you for 10% of your maximum life, or the initial bite of rabies deals 100% increased damage against enemies who are immobilized or stunned. Then we have a bunch of passives here, like tons of them. Critical strikes, toxic claws, werewolf skills deal 8% of their base damage as poison damage over 4 seconds. Neurotoxin, poison enemies are slowed by 8%. While in werebear form, mending gives you 5% additional healing from all sources. Your next werebear skill can give you 30 seconds. Skill every 30 seconds is guaranteed to overpower. Crushing Earth. Earth skills deal 5% increased damage to slowed, stunned, immobilized, or knocked back enemies. Critical strikes from Earth skills fortify you with 0.88% of your base life. While fortified, over 50% of your maximum life, or your Earth skills deal 4% increased damage. Elemental Exposure. Your Storm skills have up to 20% chance to make enemies vulnerable for 1 second. Increase the duration of Hurricane and Cataclysm by 5%. Up to 10% chance when dealing damage to a vulnerable, immobilized, or stunned enemy that a Lightning Strike also deals 57.25% damage. Every 18 seconds, Lightning Strike hits a nearby enemy, dealing 47.25 damage. Electric Shock, dealing lightning damage to enemies, has a 5% chance to immobilize them for 3 seconds. If the target is already immobilized, the lightning damage dealt to them is increased by a percentage instead. Which brings us to the ultimate tree. So the ultimate tree starts out with Cataclysm Lightning. Cooldown 80 seconds. That's a lot longer than some of the other ones, which were only at 60 or 50 seconds. Lucky hit chance 82%. That seems really high. A massive storm follows you for 8 seconds. Tornadoes knock back enemies, and lightning strikes wildly, dealing 54.6% damage. Prime Cataclysm. Cataclysm's duration is increased by 2 seconds. Supreme Cataclysm. Lightning strikes from Cataclysm make your enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds. Defiance. Nature magic skills deal 4% increased damage to elites. What's up, Andrew? Your Earth skills deal 4% increased damage to vulnerable enemies. Your Storm skills deal 4% increased damage to enemies that are stunned, immobilized, or knocked back. Circle of Life. Nature magic skills that consume Spirit restore 1% of your maximum life. Nature skills deal 2% increased damage. Triple this bonus if an Earth skill is the next skill cast after a Storm skill, or a Storm skill is the next skill cast after an Earth skill. So they're like rewarding you for switching back and forth between Earth and nature magics. Petrify. All nearby monsters are petrified, stunning them for 3 seconds. You deal 25% increased critical strike damage to petrified enemies. Prime Petrify. Petrify's duration is increased by 1 second. And Supreme Petrify. Killing a petrified enemy grants you 25 spirit. Defensive Posture. Increases the amount of Fortify you gain from all sources by 3%. Thick Hide. Whenever you are stunned, immobilized, or knocked down, fortify your base life by 2.56%. Nature's Resolve. 5% chance when struck to fortify you for 1.76% base life. Unrestrained. Reduce the duration of control impairing effects on you by 3%. Triple this effect while you are fortified for over 20% of your maximum life. A lot of defensive stuff here, and honestly, this one right here seems like it would be extremely important for a PvP druid. And then on top of that, like, this one right here is going to fortify you and give you a bonus HP whenever you're stunned, immobilized, or knocked down, which again is for PvP. So like right here, these two abilities, if you were going to do a PvP druid, I would definitely 100% pick Unrestrained and Thick Hide to protect yourself from knockdowns, stuns, and immobilizations. And on top of that, it will also reduce the duration of those, which is Definitely very nice. And it says right here, triple the effect while you are fortified for every 20% of your maximum life. So in other words, if you beef this up to 3, you get 9% protection, right? So you get to triple the 9% to, what is that, 27% or something like that, depending on if you have 20% fortify running for your maximum life. Well, this increases the fortify from all sources. This gives you fortify when you get knocked down. And then this actually triples that reduction in like the effects. So if you end up building a fortify build, you should be pretty darn tanky and also very resistant to control impairing effects, which is pretty darn cool. Grizzly Rage. Cooldown 60 seconds. Shapeshift into a dire werebear for 10 seconds, gaining 20% bonus damage and 20% damage reduction. Damage bonus is increased by 3% each second while in this form. Kills extend the duration of by 1 second up to an additional 10 seconds. So it's like an Uber mode. An Uber mode. You are unstoppable while in the Grizzly Rage mode. Gain 3.2% base life as Fortify per second while Grizzly Rage is activated. Quick Shift. When shapeshifting skills transform you into a different form, it deals 5% increased damage. Upon shapeshifting into a werewolf or a werebear, gain 4% damage reduction against elites for 3 seconds. Shapeshifting fortifies you for 0.56% of your base life. So in other words, like another way that you could add additional fortify into your build if you're shapeshifting back and forth a lot. Lacerate. Shapeshift into a werewolf, become immune, and quickly dash 10 times between enemies in an area, dealing up to 420% damage. Why does that sound exactly like the monk ability? Do you remember the monk ability where he would like fly around the screen and attack everything on the screen like a certain number of times? What was it called in Diablo 3? The one where he would just like, you press the button and he would just hit everything. It's like 100 palms or something. I can't even remember. It's been so long since I played the monk. 7-sided strike. Yes, it seems like 7-sided strike. That's what it seems like. Like the way that they're wording it, it sounds like 7-sided strike. Prime Lacerate. Each Lacerate deals a critical strike and heals you for 3% of your maximum life. Supreme Lacerate. Lacerate's final strike deals 200% increased damage. All right, so now we're moving on to the capstones. So these are the ones that you can only choose one of. We've got Ursine Strength. Gain 20% additional maximum life while in werebear form and for 3 seconds after leaving werebear form. While healthy, deal 20% increased damage. Bestial Rampage. After being a werewolf for 2.5 seconds, gain a 20% attack speed for 15 seconds. After being a werebear for 2.5 seconds, deal 20% increased damage for 15 seconds. So that one seems to be like if you're swapping back and forth between the two. Lupine Ferocity. Every 6 werewolf skill hit critically strikes and deals 60% increased damage. So that's like the focus. So we've got bear focus, shifting focus, werewolf focus. Earthen Might. Damaging enemies with earth skills has a 5% chance to grant Earthen Might. This chance is increased by 10% for critical strikes and is further increased by 10% if the target is stunned, immobilized, or knocked back. Earthen Might restores all of your spirit and grants you a 100% critical strike chance for 5 seconds. So that one's specifically earth skills. Nature's Fury. Casting an earth skill has a 20% chance to trigger a free storm skill of the same category. In addition, casting a storm skill has a 20% chance to trigger a free earth skill of the same category. So this is the earth/storm. So this is the build where they want you to utilize both earth and storm skills at the same time. And then Perfect Storm, this is obviously your focus on the storm skills. So your storm skill grants 2 spirit and deal 20% increased damage when damaging a vulnerable, immobilized, or slowed enemy. Let's take a look up here and take a look and see if there's any specific ones for the Druid. Gain 10% damage reduction while shapeshifted into a werewolf. Gain stealth for 2 seconds when killing enemies with shred. Breaking stealth with an attack grants ambush, which guarantees critical strikes for 1 second. Stalking beast aspect. The skinwalker's aspect. When you use shapeshift skill that changes your form, gain life. If you are at full life, gain the same amount as fortify. Aspect of the Mending Stone. Duration of the Earthen Bulwark is increased by 6 seconds. In addition, killing an enemy with the Earth skill replenishes of your active Earthen Bulwark's barrier. Cyclone Armor also provides physical damage reduction. In addition, Cyclone Armor will also be applied to all nearby allies. The aspect of the Cyclonic Force. Wow. Cody, leave the chinchillas alone. Why do I always have to fight with you? Leave them alone. I don't care what they're doing. They're running in their little wheel. They're not paying attention to you. Aspect of the Protector. I think that's one of the generic ones. A lot of these are generic ones. Offensive. Generic. Earth skills deal 40% more critical strike damage to crowd-controlled enemies. Cody! I literally looked away for a half a second and you're already walking back over there. No, sir. God, he can't leave the chinchillas alone to save his life. Literally. Distant enemies, that's generic. Blood Howl, Night Howler's aspect. Blood Howl increases critical strike chance by 5%. In addition, Blood Howl also affects nearby companions and players for 3 seconds. That seems kind of nice. Overcharged aspect. Up to 10% chance of dealing lightning damage to the who overload the target for 3 seconds, causing any direct damage you deal to them to pulse additional damage to surrounding enemies. Aspect of the Rampaging Werebeast. The duration of the Grisly Rage is increased by 1 second. In addition, critical strikes while Grisly Rage is active increase your critical strike damage by 10% for the duration. Aspect of the Earth Sign Horror. Pulverize is now also an Earth skill. After casting Pulverize, Tectonic Spikes continue to deal damage over 2 seconds. Aspect of the Tempest. Hurricane damage is increased by 7% each second while it is active. Shepherd's aspect. Core skills deal additional 6% damage for each active companion. Aspects of the Changeling Debt. Werebear skills restore 1 spirit when you hit enemies afflicted by your poisons. When spirit is restored, your poison effects are removed from the enemy. That's an interesting one. Mangled aspect. Gain 1 spirit when you are struck as a werebear. So you could just gain spirit every time you're struck as a werebear. Sounds like a thorns build to me. Like you just build your werebear with like tons of thorns, grab this, and then just like you don't even use any resource generating attacks. You just use strictly resource burners because you just constantly generate resource from being beat up. Storm Beast aspect, lucky hit. Storm skills have a 15% chance to grant 10 spirit. Your base storm skills are now also werewolf skills. That is weird. So you can make a storm wolf. Aspect of the Unsatiated. After killing an enemy with shred, your next werewolf skill generates 20% more spirit and deals 20% increased damage. Aspect of Shared Misery. A lot of these are just generics. Ballistic aspect. When you have fortified life, your earth skills gain +3. What the hell does that mean? Aspect of Quicksand. Damage from earth skills slows enemies by 25% for 5 seconds. Storm Shifter's aspect. Well, Hurricane is active. Gain +3 to your shape-shifting skills. And then those are generics. Okay, well, we're done then. Now we're moving on to the last of the list, which is Sorcerer or Sorceress, depending on if you choose a male or a female. Sorceress doesn't have anything over on the side, does she? No, she doesn't. Alright, before we get started in this, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. We've been at this for 3.5 hours already. Blah, 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 blah. Bleep, 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 bleep. All right, let's dive into this sorceress tree. All right, so first off, we've got Frostbolt. Throw a bolt of frost at an enemy, dealing 35% damage and chilling them for 15%. Enchantment effect. Lucky hit. Your direct damage has up to a 100% to chill for 30%. Enhanced Frostbolt. Frostbolt has a 15% chance to explode on shield targets, hitting surrounding enemies. Chance increased to 100% against frozen targets. Glinting Frostbolt. Frostbolt generates 4 mana when hitting chilled or frozen enemies. Flickering Frostbolt. Frostbolt makes frozen enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds. Firebolt. Hurling a flaming bolt, dealing 10% damage and burning for 40% over 8 seconds. Lucky hit. Your direct damage has a 100% chance to burn enemies for 23% over 8 seconds. Firebolt pierces burning enemies. And Firebolt generates 2 mana when hitting a burning enemy. Critical strikes with Firebolt increase the burning damage to the target takes by 20% for 4 seconds. Arc Lash. Unleashing arcing lightning that shocks enemies in front of you for 42% damage. Every 10 times Arc Lash swipes, it stuns all enemies it hits for 2 seconds. Enchantment effect. Whenever you are hit, there's a 20% chance the attacker is stunned for 1 second. If Arc Lash's initial swipe critically strikes, it swipes an additional time. Hitting a stunned enemy with Arc Lash reduces your cooldowns by 0.25 seconds. Flickering Arc Lash gains 6% movement speed for 5 seconds per enemy hit with Arc Lash up to 18%. Spark Lightning. Launch a bolt of lightning that shocks an enemy 4 times, dealing 8% damage each hit. Killing an enemy has a 10% chance to form a crackling energy. Each time Spark hits, it has 20% chance to hit up to 3 additional enemies, dealing 6% damage. If there is no other enemies to hit, Spark instead deals 20% increased damage to its primary target. Glinting Spark. Spark grants 2% increased critical strike chance per cast for 3 seconds, up to 10%. Each time Spark hits an enemy, it has a 3% chance to spawn a crackling energy. I'm assuming crackling energy is some sort of like AoE little thing that probably floats around and does damage. So it sounds like to me anyway. And that brings us to the core skills. And we've got Fireball, one of our core skills. Mana cost 50. Lucky hit chance 33%. Hurls an exploding ball of fire, dealing 60% damage to surrounding enemies. When you kill an enemy, they explode in a fireball for 50% of its damage. Fireball costs 10 less mana. When you cast a fireball while healthy, it has a 50% increased radius and deals 20% increased critical strike damage. That's kind of cool. Greater Fireball. Or you can go with Destructive Fireball. Fireball deals 20% increased damage to the first enemy hit by its explosion. Incinerate. Fire. Channel a beam of fire, burning enemies for 36%. Damage increases by 18% per second, up to 71%. Enchantment effect. Lucky hit. Direct damage has up to 8% chance to spawn a rotating, incinerating beam. Sounds kind of crazy. I will be making tons of skill videos, Charles. Bet on it. I will. I'll do it. I got 2,000 videos right now. 6,000 videos. Let's go. I don't even care. Enhanced Incinerate. While channeling Incinerate, you take 30% less damage from close enemies. Destructive Incinerate. While channeling Destructive Incinerate, you will burn enemies around you for 15% of the damage per second. Greater Incinerate. Incinerate now starts at full power, but its channeling cost is increased by 80%. Okay, so this is like a crazy channel per second mana cost ability. It probably is going to like burn your mana like no tomorrow. Potent Warding. Your non-physical damage and resistances are increased by 2%. Charged Bolts. Hey, we got Charged Bolts. Lightning. Releases 5 bolts of lightning that course along the ground in an erratic pattern, dealing 15% damage each. Wherever you are hit, enchantment effect, there is a 40% chance to release 5 more charged bolts. Oh, whenever I'm hit. So it's like a charged bolt on struck. Charged bolt grants an extra projectile. Charged bolt deals 25% increased damage to stunned enemies. Or hitting an enemy at least 5 times with charged bolts in a single cast reduces their damage dealt by 20% for 3 seconds. Then we have Chain Lightning. Sounds like this character has pretty much all the same abilities that the Sorceress does in Diablo 2 so far. And I'm not sad about that whatsoever. Sounds kind of cool. Chain Lightning. Unleash a stream of lightning that deals 42% damage and chains between nearby enemies and you up to 4 times. Prioritizing enemies. You can hit yourself with your own ability? That sounds mean. Chain Lightning forms automatically after spending 100 mana. That's interesting. Chain Lightning bounces to 1 additional enemy. Chain Lightning deals 5% increased damage per enemy hit. When Chain Lightning critically strikes, it has 25% chance to spawn a crackling energy. Passives. Deal 8% increased damage to healthy enemies. Devastation. Elemental Dominance. Your damage increases over time, but up to a maximum of 8% after 3 seconds. Casting a skill will reset this effect. So basically let you charge up abilities. So like if you're casting on a regular basis, you don't get the effect, but if you kind of have like a delay in between your cast, it's going to give you a lot more damage. Ice Shards. Launches 5 shards that deal 25% damage each. Deals 25% increased damage to frozen enemies. Enchantment effect. Ice Shards automatically conjure and fly toward frozen enemies. Ice Shards have a 15% chance to ricochet to another enemy. You can also choose to upgrade them with greater Ice Shards. While you have a barrier active, Ice Shards treat enemies as if they were frozen. Destructive Ice Shards. Hitting an enemy with 5 Ice Shards in a single cast makes them vulnerable for 2 seconds. Frozen Orb. Cold. Unleash an orb that chills for 34% and expels piercing shards, dealing a total of 32% damage upon expiration. Frozen Orb explodes, dealing 29% damage and chilling enemies for 9%. I'm assuming that it looks and works probably identically to the one in Diablo 2. Enchantment effect. Whenever you cast non-basic skill, you have a 20% chance to launch a frozen orb at nearby enemies. That's kind of cool. When cast above 50 mana, Frozen Orb's explosion damage is increased by 30%. Frozen Orb's explosion has a 25% chance to make all enemies hit vulnerable for 2 seconds. Or Frozen Orb's explosion restores 5 mana when hitting a frozen enemy. Sounds like there's a lot of like, if this monster is frozen or chilled kind of things going on. And it sounds like if you're going to go down the ice tree, you want to freeze and chill every single monster in the existence of monsters. And you don't care. You're like, oh, look, there's a monster. Freeze it. So that takes us to the defensive tree. We have Flame Shield. Engulf yourself in flames for 2 seconds, burning surrounding enemies for 7% per second. While Flame Shield is active, you are immune. Enchantment effect. Flame Shield automatically activates when you take fatal damage. It takes 120 seconds to recharge. Cooldown 20 seconds. Enhanced Flame Shield. Flame Shield grants a 25% movement bonus when active. Flame Shield makes enemies vulnerable for 4 seconds, or enemies continue burning 3 additional seconds after being hit by Flame Shield. Passive. Elemental Attunement. Elemental critical strikes reduce the cooldown of your defensive skills by 3%. This effect cannot occur more than once every 10 seconds. Frost Nova. Cooldown 15 seconds. Charges, none of that is listed. Unleashes a torrent of frost, freezing enemies around you for 2 seconds. Enchantment effect. Lucky hit. Critical strikes have up to 30% chance to make your active conjuration skills unleash a Frost Nova. Frost Nova's radius has been increased by 25%. Mystical Frost Nova. Frost Nova's freeze duration is increased by 20% when hitting 3 or more enemies, which why would you use Frost Nova on one enemy anyway? It's best used in groups. And Frost Nova generates 4 mana per enemy hit. Interesting. That seems like a better one than that one, in my opinion. Just simply because, I mean, you could potentially hit like, what, 10, 20 monsters, depending on how many are on the screen, with one Frost Nova, especially with the increased radius. I mean, that's like a no-brainer to me. That's just free mana, basically. Like, even if you only drop 1 point here, 1 point here, and 1 point here, you could just pop that to refill some of your mana. It costs what? It doesn't say how much it costs. It has a cooldown. And it has charges. So it would be like a free way to restore a huge amount of mana when you're inside of a big group of monsters. Ice Armor. A barrier of ice forms around you for 6 seconds, absorbing 30% of your base life in damage. While Ice Armor is active, 10% of your cold damage dealt is added to its barrier. Enchantment effect. Upon getting hit, you have a 5% chance to apply Ice Armor. While Ice Armor is active, your mana regeneration is increased by 25%. While Ice Armor's barrier is at or above its original amount, you deal 30% increased damage. Enemies that hit you while Ice Armor is active have a 15% chance to be frozen for 3 seconds. So pretty much Ice Armor is the like Frozen Armor, Chilling Armor, Shiver Armor from Diablo 2. Glass Cannon. You deal 6% increased damage, but take 3% more. Straight up trade for trade. More damage for more damage. Teleport, lightning. Transform into lightning, becoming unstoppable and surging to the target location, dealing 25% damage around you upon arrival. Evade is replaced with teleport on a 17-second cooldown. Enhanced teleport. After teleporting, take 30% less damage for 5 seconds. Mystical teleport. For 4 seconds after teleportation, crackling energy deals 40% more damage. Shimmering teleport. Teleport's cooldown is decreased by 0.5 seconds per enemy hit up to 3 seconds. And that brings us to the conjuration part of the sorceress's tree. And Cody just farted, and it's really gross. Diablo 2 manual, save me. Precision magic. Your lucky hit chance increased by up to 5%. Ice blades. Conjure ice blades for 6 seconds that rapidly slash enemies for 31% damage, and has a 20% chance to make them vulnerable for 2 seconds. Enchantment effect. Killing an enemy has a 10% chance to conjure more ice blades. Ice blades has a 10% increased chance to making enemies vulnerable. Killing a vulnerable enemy increases your active blade's duration by 1 second. Every time Ice Blades hits a vulnerable enemy, it gains 25% attack speed, up to 100%. Hydras. Summon a 3-headed Hydra for 8 seconds. Each head spits fire at nearby enemy, dealing 30% damage. When burning enemy is killed, a Hydra's head spawns from its corpse for 3 seconds. God, it's so bad. It's so very bad. You guys don't even know. Just be glad we don't have smell-o-vision, okay? Just be very glad there's not smell-o-vision. Because if there was smell-o-vision, y'all would all be dying too. Hydras last for an additional 4 seconds. Hydras also burn enemies for an additional 12% of its base damage dealt over 6 seconds. I always wondered why Hydras didn't burn monsters. They're literally dragons made of fire, and you summon a Hydra up the anus of a monster, and the Hydra is literally sticking out of the dude. You would think that a monster made out of fire would apply a little burn damage when it's sitting inside of you. After you critically strike Hydras gain 15% attack speed for 3 seconds. Passives. Align the elements. You gain 5% damage reduction against elites for each second you don't take damage from any of these sources, up to 50%. So you'd have to not take damage for 10 seconds to gain a 50% damage reduction. But it does from any of these sources, and then it doesn't tell you what the sources are. But if you don't take damage for 10 seconds, you get a 50% reduction. But then when you do take damage, you lose the 50% reduction, and then it starts over. I don't know. It's weird. Mana shield. Every time you spend 100 mana, you gain 5% damage reduction for 5 seconds. That sounds actually pretty good. Protection. Using a cooldown grants 10% of your maximum life as a barrier for 5 seconds. Conjuration Mastery. While you have an active conjuration skill, you'll deal 2% increased damage. A lightning spear. Conjure a crackling spear of lightning that seeks out enemies for 6 seconds, dealing 15% damage per hit. Enchantment effect. Absorb crackling energy. Has a 10% chance to conjure a lightning spear. Absorbing a crackling energy. You can absorb the crackling energies? I didn't know that. Enhanced lightning spear. Lightning spear has a 10% increased chance to critically strike against a stunned enemy. Invoked lightning spear. After critically striking, lightning spear has a 5% chance in stacking critical strike chance for its duration. Collecting crackling energy reduces the cooldown of lightning spear by another 0.5 seconds. Which brings us to the mastery tree. Blizzard. There we go. There's our blizzard. Summon a frigid blizzard that deals 120% damage and continuously chills enemies for 18% over 6 seconds. Enchantment effect. Every 15 seconds, a blizzard forms over you and follows you for 4 seconds. Enhanced blizzard. Blizzard's duration is increased by 2 seconds. While you have an active blizzard, your core skills cost 10% less mana. Wizard's blizzard. You're a wizard, Harry Potter! Mage's blizzard. Every second an enemy is in blizzard, they take 2.5% increased damage from you up to 20%. Icy Veil. Your barriers have a 5% increased duration. Hoarfrost. You deal more damage to enemies the more chilled they are, up to 6%. Up to 6% while they are frozen. 6% doesn't seem like an awful lot. I guess 6% times 3. So 6, 12, 18. So 18% total max. I suppose that's better than the 6 by itself. Cold Front, while you have a barrier active, you apply 8% more chilling effect. Which I'm assuming also stacks from 8 to 16 and then 16 to 24. Ball Lightning. Ball Lightning is the one that I always wanted them to add to Diablo 2. It's the effect that only 2 monsters in the entire game have in Diablo 2. Do you know which 2 monsters have Ball Lightning in Diablo 2? There's because there are only 2 of them, and I always wondered why the hell they added Ball Lightning to the game, but didn't add it to the characters or give us the ability to use it. The only 2 monsters in the game that have access to Ball Lightning are the Tainted. That are often in Catacombs level 2, and also Mephisto. Mephisto has access to Ball Lightning. He will hit you with that Ball Lightning, and it hurts. And the Tainted, oh my god. Run into a freaking Conviction extra fast pack of Tainted, they will rip your anus out and give it back to you. Ball Lightning deals 30% more damage more frequently. Conjures a ball of lightning that slowly moves forward, continually zapping enemies for 15% damage. When crackling energy would form, there's a 10% chance ball lightning is formed instead. Wizard's Ball Lightning. If an enemy is hit at least 4 times by a cast of ball lightning, crackling energy is formed. Each time ball lightning hits an enemy, it deals 2% increased damage up to 30%. Crackling energy restores 4 mana upon pickup. Critical strikes with shock skills have a 5% chance to form crackling energy. Every time you stun an enemy, you deal 15% lightning damage to them. Firewall. Create a wall of flames that burns enemies for 160% damage over 8 seconds. Enchantment effect. Direct damage has up to 15% chance to spawn a firewall for 3 more seconds. Enhanced Firewall. Enemies that stand in Firewall for at least 2 seconds take a 25% increased burning damage from all sources. So having Firewall on the target will increase all of the damage that you dish out from other fire damage sources. Mage's Firewall. Each enemy standing in Firewall increases your mana regeneration by 5%. Wizard's Firewall. You deal 5% increased damage per active Firewall. I'm seeing a correlation right here between Mage's Firewall and the increased mana regeneration and the earlier skill that we were looking at, which gave us... what was it? Burning effects last 6% longer. Burning enemies deal 4% reduced. No, not those. Where was that one that I saw? I think it was up here. Mana Shield. Yeah, every time you spend 100 mana, you gain 5% damage reduction for 5 seconds. So, like, if you set up a build where you're spamming mana as fast as humanly possible, Like, you could potentially, like, just rock some crazy defensive mechanics by utilizing Firewall, which is, of course, going to increase damage from all sources, and obviously the regeneration effect, which is going to regenerate your mana, and then also use that to spam mana using abilities, which would in turn give you more defensive capability. Why is there no teleport? I just went over teleport earlier. It's back here. Teleport lightning. Bum 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 it. The Inner Flames. Your Pyromancy skills deal 8% increased damage after you haven't taken damage for 3 seconds. Soulfire. Fireball and Meteor have a 1.5% increased chance to critically strike per enemy. Devouring Flames. Your Pyromancy skills deal 1% increased damage or direct damage for each source of burning enemy on an enemy up to 4%. So 4 times 3, which is 12. So 12% increased damage for every burning target on the screen, or up to 12%. That's not terrible. I mean, I'm assuming when you put 3 points in that, that's 3% increased direct damage for each source of burning on an enemy. So, and then the 4 would probably multiply to 12. So you would only need 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. You'd only need 4 burning targets to reach the maximum of 12%. Meteor Fire. Summon a meteor that strikes the target location, dealing 50% damage and burning the ground for 35% damage over 3 seconds. Enchantment. Every time an enemy takes burning damage, there's a 3% chance that a meteor can fall on them. That honestly sounds really cool. I kind of want to build a fire mage now. Can you imagine you build Firewall, right, that burns everything? You just spam firewalls all over the place. And then you get a 3% chance that meteors will just fall on their head all the time while you're burning them. And then you could just set up massive numbers of firewalls. And then on top of that, you get a damage bonus as long as they're burning. So if they're in the firewall and they're burning, when the meteor hits them, it's going to smack them really freaking hard. Enhanced Meteor. If a meteor hits more than 3 or more enemies, there is a 30% chance an additional meteor will fall on them from the same location. So, if you spawn a 3% meteor and it hits the enemies, and it hits more than 3 enemies, there's a 30% chance that another meteor will fall on them. Mage's Meteor. Meteor falls 30% faster and costs 6 less mana, or Meteor's impact immobilizes enemies for 2 seconds. Honestly, it sounds like if you were going to build a fire build, you would definitely put 1 point into Meteor no matter what, just so that you at very least had the 3% chance for the meteors just to be falling all the time. I mean, why wouldn't you want free meteors falling all the time? And you would probably throw 1 point into Enhanced Meteor too, because every single time a meteor falls, then there's a 30% chance that an additional meteor can fall because it hits 3 or more enemies. That's kind of nuts. And this moves us right along to the ultimate tree. Ultimate power is... Boom, boom, boom. All right, so the ultimate tree, we got a lot of passives here. Let's do the passives last, because a lot of the times the passives have to do with they have to specifically do with those things. So first we have Deep Freeze, cooldown 60 seconds. Encase yourself in ice, becoming immune for 4 seconds, continually chilling enemies for 20%. When Deep Freeze ends, frozen enemies shatter for 200%. Casting Deep Freeze again ends the effect early. Gain 5% of your base life as a barrier for 6 seconds for each enemy shattered by Deep Freeze. Supreme Deep Freeze. When Deep Freeze ends, your non-ultimate cooldowns are reduced by 50%. That's kind of nice. Inferno. Ignite a roaring inferno that pulses in and out of the target area, burning enemies for 295% damage over 8 seconds, and then explodes, dealing 50% damage to enemies on the outer edge. Costs, well, the 45-second cooldown. Enemies inside of Inferno's final explosion are immobilized for 4 seconds. Killing a burning enemy reduces Inferno's cooldown by 1 second. Immolated Flesh. Burning enemies deals 4%. All right, hold on. That's passives. Let's do the passives last. Unstable Current. Cooldown 70 seconds. Lightning surges within you for 10 seconds. Whenever you cast a lightning skill, another random non-basic lightning skill is also cast. Unstable Currents increases attack speed by 25% while active. While Supreme Unstable Currents is active, collecting crackling energy increases its duration by 0.25 seconds. Coursing Currents. Hitting enemies with shock skills increases your critical strike chance by 1%. Resets upon getting a critical strike. So it'll keep increasing until you get a crit, and then once you get a crit, it resets. That's interesting. I'm assuming that if you bring this up 3 times, it'll increase by 3% for each time you do not get a crit, which will build up pretty quickly, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Before you know it, you're going to be like having a really high crit chance, and there's no chance that you won't crit eventually. That's kind of interesting. I'm assuming there's probably going to be some kind of diminishing returns there. Like there's a certain point when it reaches, it's almost like a guaranteed crit. And if you really didn't crit that many times, you're just like super unlucky. Electrocution deals 5% less damage for 5 seconds after being critically struck by your shock skills. Enemies deal 5% less damage. Conduction. Critical strikes with shock skills increase your attack speed by 5% for 2 seconds. And then Convulsions. Shock skills have 3% chance to stun enemies for 2 seconds. And then this one is the Fire. Immolated Flesh. Burning enemies deal 4.5% reduced damage. Fiery Surge. Killing a burning enemy grants 3% attack speed for 3 seconds. Or you can do burning effects last 6% longer. I would probably do that one. And Pyromania. You deal 3% increased critical strike damage per nearby burning enemy, up to 50%. That's pretty nice too. The Fire Mage is looking pretty sexy, I'm not gonna lie. And then this one's probably the Ice, right? Yep. You deal 3% more damage to frozen or vulnerable enemies, and 6% more damage to enemies who are both frozen and vulnerable. Icy Touch, you deal 4% increased damage to vulnerable enemies, or you can do Permafrost. Frost skills deal 5% increased damage to elites. Snap Freeze. Frost skills have up to a 3% chance to instantly freeze. Which I'm assuming goes up to, what, 9% chance? And that takes us to the capstones. We're moving quite along fast on this one. Icefall. Lucky hit. Your frost skills have up to a 10% chance to make your next ice shards, frozen orb, or blizzard consume no mana, and deal 40% more damage. Chance is doubled against vulnerable enemies. So basically, Icefall just gives you like random free attacks with a 10% chance, and if you build a vulnerable, which you would want to, like if you're going to go this direction, you're probably going to build into the vulnerable tree, like get the abilities and things that will make the monsters vulnerable, or build those specific passives that are going to beef up those abilities. And in the process, you've got about a 20% chance to have free mana cost abilities that you don't have to worry about. So that's kind of cool. Shatter. After freeze expires, enemies explode for 25% of their damage, of the damage you dealt to them while frozen. Kind of like almost like a corpse explosion ability for the sorceress there. I wonder how big the explosion is, though. That's one of the main things about exploding effects that a lot of the times you don't really think about until you get into the nitty-gritty of it, is that like if you don't actually know how big the explosion is, like for instance, Poison Explosion, which the video just came out today, has a very tiny radius, and it's useless because of its tiny radius. Whereas Corpse Explosion can literally hit the entire screen. So, you know, the difference in how big the explosion is going to be the difference in how useful that is. Overflowing Energy. Crackling Energy hits one additional enemy. Each time a Crackling Energy hits an enemy, your shock skill cooldowns are reduced by 0.1 seconds, increased to 0.25 seconds against elites. Veer's Mastery. Close enemies take 10% more damage from your shock skills and deal 20% less damage to you. So this is a close range sorceress. That's interesting. I didn't think there was like a melee build on the sorceress, but this one specifically is talking about you being up in there in the middle of the combat. So, Warmth, up to a 50% chance to gain 1 mana per source of burning on the enemy. Again, we got another way to basically just spam spells with the fire stuff. So, like, you got the ability to generate resources from Firewall. You've got ability that allows you to gain damage reduction for mana spent, and then we have another one here that is literally giving us more mana for burning enemies. So like there's a whole build there around just like having massive amounts of fire damage and burning enemies on the screen at any given time, and you just have constant mana just pouring in all the time on you. Asus Ferocity. You deal 25% increased burning damage to enemies over 50% life, and 25% increased pyromancy skill direct damage to enemies under 50% life. Interesting. So you got 2 different fire ones there. You got 2 different ice ones and 2 different lightning ones. So they've given you a pretty good like combination of final masteries to choose from. And then we've got the specific ones for the sorceress. So let's take a look and see which ones are for the sorceress specifically. Protecting aspect. When struck. No, that's not it. Every 10 seconds, gain a barrier. Nope. Snow guard aspect. While within your own blizzard, you take 10% less damage. Snow veiled aspect. Casting ice armor makes you unstoppable for 2 seconds. Aspect of Unwavering. Taking direct damage has a 5% chance to reset the cooldown of one of your defensive skills. Now, of course, these are not all the aspects, and I need to stress this. These are only the ones that were able to be found out. Like, there's probably a whole bunch of them that we don't know about. Aspect of the Biting Cold. When you freeze an enemy, there's 25% chance they become vulnerable for 3 seconds. Aspect of Conflagration. While channeling Incinerate, your burning damage is increased by 20%. Aspect of Control. You deal 30% more damage to immobilized, stunned, or frozen enemies. Elementalists. Core or Mastery skills at or above 100 mana gain a 20% increased critical strike chance. Aspect of Overwhelming Bolts. Charge Bolts gains an additional 2 projectiles, but its mana cost is increased by 5%. Aspect of Piercing Cold. Ice Shards pierce 4 times, dealing 20% less damage per subsequent enemy hit. Rolling Thunder aspect. Charged Bolts pierce, but deal 30% less damage. Aspect of Splintering Energy. Lightning Spear has an 11% chance to spawn an additional Lightning Spear when you cast it. Storm Well aspect. You deal 11% increased damage to vulnerable enemies while you have a barrier. Aspect of the Three Curses. Meteor deals 35% increased critical strike damage against healthy targets. I know that's a generic one, but wow. Restore 1 resource when you crowd control an enemy. If chilling effects count as a crowd control, or freezing counts as a crowd control, you can definitely restore a lot of resource with that one. Aspect of Efficiency. Killing a burning enemy grants 5% mana cost reduction for 4 seconds, up to 15%. Casting an ultimate skill restores 80 mana. Each time Chain Lightning bounces off of you, gain 4 mana. Aspect of the Seared Flesh. Every time you deal direct fire damage to an enemy, they are immobilized for 2 seconds. Aspect of the Bounding Conduit. Gain a 20% movement speed bonus for 3 seconds after teleporting. Charged Aspects. Collecting crackling energy increases your movement speed by 10% for 4 seconds. Flamewalker's Aspect. Coming in contact with your firewall grants you a 15% movement speed bonus for 4 seconds. And that's pretty much everything. Like, we've gone over all the trees and we've looked at all the different characters. And, like, I guess the next thing I could do just for fun is, what we could do is we could just simply talk about these specific builds. I mean, the Sorceress is the most clear in my mind right now because it's obviously the one that I just did. But, I mean, it looks like to me we have 2 different aspects going on here with the Sorceress. We have mana cost abilities. So these are abilities specifically that have a mana cost. And anything that is considered a mana cost ability is in one category. And then we have cooldown abilities. So there are abilities that apparently just have cooldowns and not mana costs, and they are in their own specific category. And then we also have, of course, the elements. So they only have given us 3 elements. So we have the ice, the lightning, and the fire. And there definitely is some very strong builds revolving around fire from what I can see. I'm not really so sure about the lightning, but then the ice also seems extremely strong from what I've been able to tell. When it comes to the lightning, like, it's kind of hard for me to tell because I don't know what these crackling energies are. I'm assuming that they're probably little orbs that are spawned when you're fighting, and they probably, like, can be collected. Probably in much the same way that the blood orbs are collected on the Necromancer. And it definitely seems like you have your fair share of abilities to choose from. I mean, you got Frost Nova, you've got a lot of the classics like Frozen Orb and Blizzard and Firewall and Inferno, and I mean, Chain Lightning. A lot of very interesting abilities on the Sorceress. There's definitely going to be a lot of fun builds with the Sorceress, I can tell. Including Meteor, which that Meteor thing sounds really cool. I'm not gonna lie, it really sounds cool, the ability to have like a 3% chance to cast another Meteor, and then on top of that, a 30% chance to cast an additional Meteor as long as it hits more than a certain number of monsters. Like, that right there seems like a build all in itself on its own, and it seems like a really fun thing that you could play around with the Meteor. Just constantly having like just tons and tons of meteors falling on the target by setting up tons and tons of burning damage and utilizing that additional, 30% chance that an additional meteor can fall and the 3% chance that a meteor can fall when they're burning. Like, between the 2 effects, I imagine that you'd be like fighting and it would just be like I'm being stupid. Let's go to the Barbarian, and let's talk about the Barbarian real quick, because that was the first one that we did. The Barbarian seems like he has a lot of interesting builds. Number 1, he really has a bleed build, like the Bleed Barbarian. Like, the Bleed Barbarian is like a whole thing, and I could tell going through the tree that there's just a whole lot of skills that focus on bleeding targets, and you're going to have a lot of fun playing around with the bleed effects. There's a whole tree that seems to be based around the weapon swapping, the walking arsenal thing. So there's a build that basically involves just having like one of everything. So you've got like you got a mace, you got a sword, you got dual wields, you got whatever it is, you got like a whole little arsenal going on, and you're constantly switching and swapping back between them. That is a whole build in itself with the Barbarian. And then we also have the Berserk thing. So, like, there seems to be a whole lot of skills in the game that will trigger this Berserk mode. Now, I don't know exactly what Berserk mode does, but I'm assuming it's a good thing. It's probably like a huge increase in damage and like attack speed and some other things. And most of the time, the Berserk doesn't like... It doesn't like last for like forever, but it definitely seems like that if you were to build specifically around the idea of, you know, having as many berserk doojanks as possible, you could keep it up indefinitely. So, I mean, it's interesting. The Necromancer. Yes. So the Necromancer can obviously be a summoned Necromancer. There even is a capstone that specifically is like, okay, strength in numbers. So the more minions you have, the more, you know, attack speed they get. Like this capstone is for the summoned Necromancer. You can have your mages, you can have your skeletons, your golem, and you can beef up all of them pretty well. Now, there's also a shadow tree, which kind of seems to be the poison tree. And I'm not really sure what to think about it, anything more than it just kind of seems like a poison necromancer. It doesn't seem too enticing to me, but at the same time, maybe I'm just not looking at it right. And then we have this whole build that's revolved around the blood. So it's the blood build. The more blood you got, the better the blood is. And you got like blood novas, and you got like blood pulls, and you can like suck the blood out of people like a goddamn mosquito. Apparently, it's like your goal in life is to be a mosquito, and you're stealing everybody's blood from everybody. You got skills like hemorrhage, which will cause these little blood orbs to pop up, and then like there's other things like blood surge, and then like later on you got was it blood nova or whatever, or then there's blood mist, and so like there's a whole tree that just seems to revolve around like sucking people's blood out and using it for blood related bloodness. There's even like tides of blood and bloodness of bloodness, because there's lots of blood in there, and there's a couple more bloods coming. There's even a blood wave where you send like a whole wave of blood at people. Like, I mean, first you start out small, you're just sucking blood from like one or two people, but then eventually, you know, you got like lots of blood and you don't know what to do with it, so you just shoot it at them like a tsunami, apparently. It's like your whole life. Apparently, this is where all the blood goes from the Barbarian. So the bleed Barbarian is making all the blood come out, and the Necromancer's he's just picking all the blood up and storing it away in little vials or whatever and using it for later. I don't know, the Necromancer does seem really interesting. I would love to see how the Summon Necromancer works. I'm not like too enthused with the way that it seems like they've put the Necromancer together. He seems more like, to coin a term, he seems more like the Diablo 3 Necromancer and less like the Diablo 2 Necromancer. I like the Diablo 2 Necromancer. I did not like the Diablo 3 Necromancer. And I think at the end of the day, if it's closer to the Diablo 2 Necromancer, I'll be happy. But if it's closer to the Diablo 3 Necromancer, I'm not going to be. Now, they do have this whole Book of the Dead thing, which has enticed me greatly. And I am kind of interested in this. I mean, obviously, we have a little army going, which is nice. I don't know. I am unsure. I am unsure. I think it might be fun to make like a bone summon necromancer. That could be an interesting combination. The shadow necromancer did seem like kind of interesting from certain aspects, like building the shadow effects with the minions. There was a couple ways that you could like incorporate the minions into the shadow effects, which seemed kind of interesting. So like a shadow summon necromancer could totally be a thing. But I guess we'll see. The Druid. Yes, the Druid. So the Druid seems like this crazy mishmash of like a bunch of different things. Like he's still the Diablo 2 Druid that we know and love. He really is. And Player 2 said cats. Thank you for the donation, man. What was the percent on cats? Cats are 30%? Oh no. 2% off, man. 2%. Does their $2 count for 2% votes? So they're tied right now? That's what that is. The 2% counts as a 2% votes. So with the Druid, we've got like this crazy combination of things going on. Like, you know, it seems like they want you to either be A, a werebear, B, a werewolf, C, both a werewolf and a werebear. They want you to be both. All right. D, they want you to be an earth druid, right? Shooting boulders everywhere. Or, finally, you got A, B, C, D, E, and then F, you finally got your storm druid, right? And then after that, like, you were literally looking at both. So they want you to do everything. Like, there's a build for everything. So you could potentially be a storm druid. You could potentially be an earth druid. And then you could potentially be an earth and storm druid. So you could do both. Then you could also be a werewolf druid. You can be a bear/werewolf druid, and you can be a bear druid. And so you can really kind of like go back and forth between like what you want to do, like what specifically you're focusing on here. They also have companions in here, the little minions. I thought that was cool. So you do have wolves, you do have ravens, and you do have actually, did I see the bear? I thought I had seen the bear, but maybe I didn't see the bear. No, because Grizzly Rage doesn't give you a bear; it turns you into a big giant bear. So it doesn't give you the grizzly bear. So you don't have the grizzly bear, but you do have the wolves and the ravens, which is kind of cool. So, I mean, it very much so is the druid that we know and love from Diablo 2, just kind of reworked a little bit and done differently. And then, of course, the druid also has this specific spirit boon thing where you can choose either like the deer, the eagle, the wolf, or the snake. And then you can choose 2 of the things inside of that particular spirit. So to beef things up a little bit, which is kind of cool. The bears. That's right. The bears. The bulls or the bears. Yeah, the druid is the grizzly bear. And then what's left? The rogue. That's right, the rogue. So the rogue seems to be this mishmash. Like, it's like they decided at some point, like they were in a meeting, and they're like, all right, guys, we need a stealth character. And the other guy on the other side of the table, he's like, screw the stealth character, we need a ranged character. And then somebody at the other end of the table is like, why don't we have both? Like the little taco girl who's like soft or hard taco, and she's like, let's have both. And they're like, they hold her up on their shoulders and they like parade her around the town. Because literally that's what this character is. She's literally both. She's like a stealth character and a ranged character, just like smashed and squished into one character. It's weird. And so basically when it comes to this kind of stuff, what you're looking at is you're looking at the difference between building a stealth melee character and building a ranged character. And then, yeah, also the assassin trapper in there too. They threw the assassin trapper in the mix as well. Like I said, it's like they took an Amazon and an assassin and just like squished them together. Like that's what it kind of seems like to me. Because this is really an assassin and an Amazon just like squished into one character. And to bring the kind of like proof in the pudding sort of a thing, we have here an ability that literally lets you like do massive amounts of damage to a target that's stunned, immobilized, or frozen. And you can hit any enemy from behind, right? So this is like your stealth ability. And then you got close quarters combat, which is more of like you're just melee. So if you were in there just being a melee character, not necessarily worried about stealth. And then we also have the specific one that's for ranged. So this is like if you wanted to be specifically a ranged character. And then we also have the what is it? This one is for the trappers. So if you want to make a trap sin, if you want to make a trap sin, I'm just kidding, a trap rogue. If you want to make a trap rogue, this is your trap rogue option. And then we also have victimize, which is kind of like dishing out damage to an enemy causes an explosion. So this one's kind of weird, and I'm not really sure what the hell is going on there. That one could be interesting because it causes like these little explosions, almost making it into like a death sentry. Overall, though, there's tons of crazy abilities in here, like Rain of Arrows, which reminds me way too much of Lord of the Rings Online. You got like the Death Trap, and you've got like the Shadow Clones. I mean, like this character has a bunch of crazy stuff going on that's very much so in line with like freaking Naruto over here. Got the Shadow Clone no Jutsu. Shadow Clone no Jutsu. But then to top it all off, the Rogue also has this kind of like thing going on, which is very, very similar and reminiscent to the Assassin. So like on the Assassin, you had the Claws of Thunder, you had the Fists of Fire, and the, what was the ice one? I can't even remember the ice one. But there was 3 claws, and they did 3 elemental damages, right? And you also have Venom, which is the ability to imbue your claw with a specific element, right? Well, this is the same exact thing. You have Poison Imbuement, which is essentially Venom. You have Shadow Imbuement, which is kind of like, I'm not really sure which one I would consider this, but it's close to fire, I guess. It's probably closer to fire than it is anything. And then we also have the Cold Imbuement, which is obviously exactly the same as the Cold Imbuement on the Assassin. So it's almost like they just took the Assassin and they were like, let's cram all her melee skills in here somewhere and make it kind of like the same thing going on. And these imbuements are going to obviously add this element to all of your attacks. So you turn your character into a cold character, or turn your character into a shadow or a poison. And then there's even like the Rain of Arrows. It can actually apply all of the effects. Where was that at? There was like a passive. I remember it. I remember. I remember seeing it. You can't tell me that I didn't. I remember seeing it. I remember seeing it. Bow, bow, bow. It was in the aspects. That's the imbuements. Oh, it was in the aspects. That's right. Yeah. There was an aspect. Where was it? Yeah, there it is. Your Rain of Arrows is always affected by all of your imbuements skills at once. Kind of crazy. That one's a little nuts. So it does poison, shadow, and ice damage all at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. We're gonna be using that search button a lot too, I think. Today's video was as much for me as it was for you guys. I needed to familiarize myself with these abilities, and when I found out that there was a skill tree, you know, like a build calculator that somebody had made online, that's apparently been up for a month, by the way. It's already been up for a month. And I figured since it's already been up for a month, Blizzard must not care, because otherwise they would have taken it down by now, right? Or maybe they'll see it and they'll take it down now that I've made a video about it. which is a little too late. I've pretty much covered everything though, haven't I? Look at me doing stuff, covering skills and going rough. Have they put out a timeline yet? No, I don't have any information on when the next phase of beta is coming. I know we've had 2 phases already. We've had the closed beta that everybody signed an NDA on, right? And then we had the press what the hell is it called? It was called some sort of, they had like a thing where they invited a bunch of people to come play the game for a day or 2 days or something. It was some sort of press kit or something, and that one we got a lot of information from, because obviously since it was available to the press, we then got all that information as legitimately leaked information, which is where a lot of this stuff came from, like all the screenshots and all the little times that people opened up the windows and whatnot, and like gave us the ability to peek into this stuff. Honestly, I think they look way more interesting than Diablo 3, Frank. And I played Diablo 3. And I hate Diablo 3. Personally, they look rather interesting by comparison. There's a lot of fun things going on in these skill trees. Definitely some very interesting builds. I think the best and the most interesting thing that I can say about these trees as I've gone on them over them so far is that I feel like I could sit here and theorycraft builds for a really long period of time. And you guys know I love to theorycraft some damn builds. I will sit here for hours on end theorycrafting builds. And I could see myself theorycrafting build after build after build with these characters. And I probably will. It'll be fun. We'll make the bleed barbarian, the bleedarian. We'll make the bleedarian. We'll make the, like the trapper rogue, and we'll do all sorts of cool stuff like that, and we'll have fun with it. We'll chest out the summon druid and the summon necromancer and whatnot. It'll be fun. Oh, and that's the thing that you got to understand, that this codex of power over here, this is like nowhere near the maximum list. Like, from what I understand, the codex of power is only representative of what you can get by doing like the quests and things like that. And there will be items and specific legendaries that you have to find. These codexes also are the weaker versions of the same effects. So for the most part, not all the time, but for the most part, like 95% of the time, these versions are far weaker than the ones that you can find as you're playing through the game. I think the codexes are there to make things a little bit easier on people, so they don't have to spend like forever trying to hunt down a specific aspect that they need. Instead, they can get the codex, put it in their equipment, and then try and hunt down a better version of that aspect so that they actually have a decent version. But until they actually get the version, they can still build the character, just with a kind of like a crappier version of that aspect. Honestly, I think if they redid Diablo 1, it would be a huge bump in their, like, what's the term? Like PR department? Like, yeah, PR department. Like right now, Diablo Immortal really hit their, like the choosing words hard. Let me put it this way. Diablo 2 Resurrected was a big boon to them, right? It made them look better as a company. Diablo Immortal made them look bad. And Diablo 1 Resurrected would be a really good move right about now, because it would bring back up, their reputation. Because I don't think a Diablo 1 Resurrected could go wrong. All they got to do is remake the game, redo the graphics, maybe add in a couple new things here or there. Like, it's not even really that difficult. Like, I've never understood why it's been so difficult to, like, remake something. I don't know if you guys have ever ran into this before, but, like, in the old days, you'd have this really cool movie, and you'd be like, all right, let's remake the movie. But then they change everything in the movie, and you're like, that's not how the story goes. Like, how hard is it just to keep it the same? Like, it's not really that difficult. Like, what is wrong with you guys? Just keep it the same as it was before. They're like, no, we have to change something. I was like, no, you don't have to change anything. You don't. You do not have to change a thing. You keep it exactly the same. Like, just Diablo 2 Resurrected is proof in the pudding of that. Like, you don't have to change the game for it to literally be a popular remake. And when they did eventually add some new things, yeah, okay, we were like, all right, those are good things to add in, but they were careful about it, right? You get somebody remaking a movie, and all of a sudden, like the guy character's a girl, and then like the little kid's a grown man, and then before you know it, like the movie's not even the same movie anymore. Yay. I think I'm pretty much done for tonight. That was pretty much all I wanted to do, and it took me like 4.5 hours. Dang. Um, can't believe dogs won at 31%. Dogs won. Boo boo. Beep beep. All right. Well, I think I am going to call it. I can't think of anything else. I pretty much covered everything on this tree, haven't I? The only thing I need to do is just bring it home. This is like doing homework for me, by the way. Like, I've got to learn all this because I'm going to be teaching you guys. So, I've got to put in the work so that I can learn everything I can. And then once I've learned it all, then I'll be like, oh yeah, you guys know about this skill right here? This thing's really cool. Theorycraft some builds. I could theorycraft some builds, I guess. Boom. I mean, like, if you were to do the Barbarian, for instance, one thing that you could start out with is Flay, which is definitely a bleed. So you'd go ahead and beef up Flay. And you would probably grab the... well, actually, you don't really need any of those. Which would give you more than enough to get down here to the second bleeding effect, which is Rend. So you would definitely grab Rend. And we'd probably grab Violent Rend for the additional bleeding on monsters that are already bleeding. And there's a whole bleeding tree, too, which is pretty cool. Where was those bleeding? There's a bunch of bleeding passives. Bobby? What? Bobby? Bobby. Bobby. Gotta get the dog away from the chinchillas all the time. Always being bad. Doesn't know how to do anything else other than to be bad. My name is Kubus Boobus. I am a bad dog. I don't know how to behave and I snore like a log. I am a big old snoot and I like to lick everything. I lick walls and I lick doors and I lick things that are mine. I lick you while you're sleeping and lick your arm real weird. And then I'll scare you in the night 'cause I'll lick you in the ear. Um. Hmm. 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 Let's grab combat flay. Your core skills have a chance to make enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds. That definitely seems useful. And then Whirlwind. Whirlwind has a 26% bleeding over 5 seconds when using a slashing weapon. So we're going to grab that as well. Boom, 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 boom. More bleeds. More bleeds is more bleeds is more bleeds is more bleeds is more bleeds. More bleeds. How many more bleeds? Bleeds. Lots of bleeds? We got bleeds. You want bleeds? We got bleeds. How many bleeds do you want? More bleeds. I tell you what I want. I tell you what I need. I need all the bleeds. Give them bleeds to me. Tell you what I want. I tell you what I need. There was a ability over here. It had something to do with bleeds and something. I can't remember exactly what it was. And whenever you deal direct damage while berserking, inflict 22% base damage dealt as an additional bleeding damage over 5 seconds. Aspect of berserk ripping. Boop, 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 boop. Ba, 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 ba. Well, we just grabbed Whirlwind because Whirlwind has bleeding effects, which means we're going to have to also do some stuff that has to do with Whirlwind. I was also considering running some Berserk stuff as well, since that allows me to make things bleed even more while I'm berserked. Lots of berserking, please. I'll take all of peas. One of these... Warcry grants you berserking for 3 seconds. That's right. That's what I was looking at. So probably something like... maybe like 1 point here, 1 point here, so I get the free berserking. And we'll see how many points I have left, because I'm level 27 right now, which means I still have plenty of points left. I could probably go ahead and grab this, and then also this, and still be pretty relatively well off. And that brings me over to my weapon masteries, which, if I remember correctly, Rupture was my skill. Yes, Rupture is the one that I do tons of damage from bleeding with. And then if an enemy dies when ruptured, bleed for the next 8 seconds. And then it was killing an enemy with rupture attack increases your attack speed by 20%. So we could go that way. And then we also have bleeds slow my enemies, and bleeding effects deal more damage to vulnerable enemies. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. And we come down here to our ultimates. The limit is level 50, actually, from what I understand. You stop gaining points at level 50. Gain Berserking and Unstoppable for the next 10 seconds. Dealing direct damage with basic skills grants Berserking for 5 seconds. I feel like Wrath of the Berserker is probably where we want to go here. Which leaves us with 1 point left for our mastery, which is going to be the Bleed Mastery, which is the killing a bleeding enemy creates an explosion that it inflicts 12% bleeding damage over 5 seconds. And now we are in our beauty-nish. Oh yeah, that's right. We have 15 renown points as well. I forgot about that. So it's 50 skill points, 1 for each level, and we also get 15 renown points. So we have some extra to spend here that I totally had forgotten about. Let's take a look at some of these passives. I like that. Expose vulnerability. Let's go ahead and grab this. And then this and this. And that leaves us with 5 more points left. Take a look at some more of these passives. We did end up with some Thorns abilities up there. Could be interesting to run through Thorns. And then grab Needle Flare aspect as well. Thorns damage dealt has a 20% chance to deal all damage around you. And then I'm assuming we can have a certain number of these codexes as well, which... damaging enemies with Leap, Upheaval, or Whirlwind has a 40% chance to summon an Ancient to perform the same skill. Can only happen once every 5 seconds. We are running Whirlwind, so that would work. Gain Thorns while berserking. Again, another nice one that would add into our Thorns aspect that we're already building up because of the way that we're doing things. Relentless Berserking. Damaging an enemy with a core skill has a 22% chance to extend the duration of Berserk by 1 second. Double this duration if it was a critical strike. I don't know, that looks like a pretty decent little build there. What the hell just happened? I don't know, it looks decent. I mean, first off, we've got our Rend, right? That's our Flay. Our Flay is our main generator, and it's going to be inflicting bleed damage over 5 seconds. And then on top of that, it's going to cause 10% increased bleed damage for 3 seconds, and then we also get Thorns damage and damage reduction that stacks up to 5 times from Flay, which is going to be our main resource generator, just in general. And then we also have Rend, which is going to be one of our core skills. And Rend is a cleave, frontal cleave with a bleed. So it's going to apply a really nice bleed to multiple targets for us. And there's a 12% increased bleeding damage to enemies that are already bleeding. So if they're already bleeding from Flay, then we get more damage from Violent Rend, which is going to help us out there. And then Whirlwind can also make monsters bleed with the Furious Whirlwind. So we'll be able to just be whirlwinding around for that. I feel like that's probably a good movement ability anyway. A nice way to add that in. And then we also have your core skills have a 30% chance to make enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds. So Rend and Whirlwind can make the monsters vulnerable for us, which is definitely going to be handy. And then we also have Outburst, which is Thorns, and Tough as Nails, which is also more Thorns. And we grabbed Warcry just so that we could throw Berserking up every now and then, because apparently whenever we cast this ability, we will immediately get a Warcry, a Berserk. So I just went ahead and snagged that for a free Berserk. And then we get 12% damage reduction while berserking, and a fury regeneration generation increase of 18% while berserking. So again, feeding into the berserk aspect of things. And then we get 9% increased damage done to close enemies, a 23% damage against injured enemies, and then we also have a deal direct damage with a weapon mastery skill causes your next core skill to make enemies vulnerable for 4.5 seconds. So as soon as we hit somebody with our rupture, there's a very good chance, we damage a monster with rupture, we will get a 4.5 second vulnerability created by whirlwind or rend, which could be very powerful indeed, just simply because we're going to constantly be using this every 15 seconds. So we're going to get a free 4.5 second vulnerability creation every 15 seconds when we use our rupture ability. Rupture is apparently an ability that will eat up all of our bleeds and turn them into direct damage. So this is a way that we can focus all of that bleed damage into a more direct damage source. So it's going to skewer all the enemies in front of me, and it's going to rip out my weapon, damaging enemies for their total bleed amount and removing all bleed damage from the enemy. And then I would continue to stack more bleeds on the target with Flay, Rupture, and all the other abilities. So the way that this build works is you're constantly building the bleeds with Whirlwind, Rend, and Flay. And in the process, you're also building up a Berserk state to help increase your damage, and obviously also even to give you more thorns. And then you're making them vulnerable, and then you're eating up all that bleed damage with Rupture at the end, stacking the damage on top of the targets. And then we also have a slow from our bleeds here, and we also have a increased damage to vulnerable enemies while bleeding. So we have a couple ways that we're making the monsters vulnerable so that they can take extra damage from the bleeds. And then to go even further, we also have the Wrath of the Berserker, which gains us the Berserking and Unstoppable for 5 seconds, which is going to make sure that we have our Berserk up at least every 60 seconds, even though we probably will have it up a lot more than that. And then while Wrath of the Berserker is activated, we get a 50% movement speed and a Fury regeneration increase, and then we also grab the 20 Fury that you spend increases Berserk's damage bonus by 30%. So, we got a cool little thing going on here, and then down here our capstone is killing a bleeding enemy creates an explosion that inflicts 12% bleeding damage over 5 seconds. So not only do we have all this bleeding damage that's going on and a way to utilize that bleeding damage to dish out more damage, but whenever we kill an enemy that is in fact bleeding, he will explode and cause even more bleeding damage to everything nearby. So a very interesting, just crazy bleed build on the Barbarian, which honestly seems pretty cool. I'd love to play it and see how it runs. I've always loved bleed builds, especially in PvP. It's always been one of the fun things that you can do is stack bleeds on a target to the point where they're just melting away. It's just stop it. And then over here, I chose a couple specific aspects. So we got the Berserk Ripping, which whenever you deal direct damage while berserking, you inflict 22% of the base damage dealt as an additional bleed over 5 seconds. So we've got another bleed here, as long as we're in the Berserk state. And then we also have the Thorns damage is dealt as 20% to all enemies around you. So we went through the Thorns because Flay has Thorns in it, and then we stacked a little bit more Thorns on top of that. And then we also have the Needle Flare aspect, which is going to help turn that Thorns damage into AoE damage around us. And then we also have the Whirlwind has a 40% chance to summon an Ancient, which will summon the same thing since we're going to be using Whirlwind. And then the Death Wish aspect gains Thorns while berserking, because again, we're using the Berserk for the additional bleed damage. So the aspect of Berserk is going to be up all the time because we want to have Berserk for the extra bleed damage. And since we have Berserk up all the time, we might as well get the extra Thorns while berserking to also feed into the Needle Flare aspect, which is going to stack on top of each other. And then we also have the Relentless Berserk aspect, since we're leaning into the Berserk and we damage enemies, has a 22% chance to extend the duration of Berserk by 1 second. So basically, we're forming a circle here, and the circle is do bleed damage. Once we do bleed damage, we somehow become Berserk. Once we become Berserk, we dish out more bleed damage. Once we are Berserk, we have lots of Thorn damage. The Thorns damage also stacks up multiple times from Flay. Then we can randomly explode monsters and cause more Thorns damage. We can then also cause more thorns damage by killing monsters that are bleeding. And then eventually we will also, of course, just simply rupture a target and force all the bleed damage to be instantaneously delivered to the target. And I think, quite honestly, this build would work really quite well. And then on top of that, we also have this whole vulnerability thing, which we've got several skills which will make the monster vulnerable. And then we also have a huge damage bonus of 18% to any monster that's vulnerable for our bleed effects. So we're constantly and never-endingly enhancing that bleed damage as much as humanly possible. Now, the only thing that may or may not work out properly with a build like this, because I'm focusing so much on the damage aspect of things and not on the survivability, is that he might be too weak to actually survive hits. So at some point or another, you've got to work in, you know, like things that are going to make you tankier. Like maybe you need to work in like the aspect of the Iron Warrior, or something like the deflecting barrier one that adds, you know, 20% chance to ignore distant enemy attacks or something like that, like magical bubbles forming around you and stuff, like giving you extra HP. But that's kind of what some of these abilities do, and some of them don't. Like I could lean a little bit into Warcry here, which gives you a 28% base life as Fortify. And then I could have every 25 seconds, I'd have a nice little 28% damage bump. There's also like some other things that I could lean into instead, like Iron Skin, which gives you like some defensiveness. And not really sure. I feel like yeah, thick skin, defensive posture, counter offensive. But I did end up getting Pit Fighter, which does give me a 9%. Sorry, a 6% distant damage reduction. And then we also have the... Where's that other one that I got that gave me a little bit of a defense buff as well? Can't even remember. I don't know, it seems like a pretty solid build. It'd be fun to actually play it. Anyway, as always, guys, I do appreciate you all joining me on these adventures, and I think I'm going to hit the road. Thanks for watching, and keep watching.